Matters of National. Honorable Maureen Osoru.
When RECO has done, we still have issues with distribution of power lines to most of the centers, trading centers, the markets, churches, mention it all. And now, Right Honorable, to know from the Ministry of Energy. Two things. One, since we are connected to national grid, how affordable will the power be? Because, Right Honorable Speaker, our people are saying that if we are connected to national grid and the power is expensive, that means the meaning of national grid will remain in the substations. And then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of distribution of power lines, we will request that as the Ministry of Energy carries on mapping, we request that those other places that were not captured should be captured. This is the request to us to Ministry of Energy. Please help our people to answer some questions. We want to know how much will this power cost, because Uganda, Uganda Electricity Authority has to be fair across the entire country. At least the distribution of power should be cheap, not expensive. Thank you.
Now, do we have, for the record, I don't think we have Uganda Electricity Authority. Yeah. So. No.
Speaker, I want to correct that. It is, I apologize. It is the Uganda Electricity Regulatory Authority.
Very good.
Sorry.
I just wanted that to be the one to, yes. Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable colleague for alerting me that connecting West Nile to the national grid cannot be meaningful unless we do distribution, we do last mile connection. This is a common phenomenon in the entire country, where we have the national grid passing through our constituencies, some little short stretch distribution lines, and therefore the statement I presented here last month, I explained how far we have gone and where we are going. We need to invest more money to do last mile connection to support the value addition agenda in this country, because electricity is very critical. The second point she has raised is about the affordability of electricity. When you connect West Nile to the national grid, that means the power that you've been using generated from HFO is going to be cheaper. The power from national grid is going to be cheaper than the one you've been using generated from HFO. So the issue of affordability is being worked on. Every January, Right Honourable
Minister, to bring everyone who have us on board, what is HFO?
Heavy fuel oil.
Heavy
fuel oil. It's a very dirty oil, and power that comes from that dirty oil is expensive.
Thank you.
Every January, Right Honourable Speaker, we announce the tariffs. And for the last 4 consecutive years, we've been announcing reduced tariff. I beg for the indulgence of the members of parliament and the entire country to bear with us, because tariff is determined by how expensive or how cheaply you have invested in the generation, this transmission and distribution.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, please, on matters of national importance. Okay. Honorable Katari Roy. Honorable Christine Akero, your issue, we dealt with it the other day. I can't keep repeating the same issue on the floor. Road accidents, whether in Kampala, whether anywhere, is what we tackled. Really, let's save time, honorable colleagues. Once we handle issues, let us not resume them again. Honorable Tuka Isaac.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on matter of national importance regarding the very poor infrastructure in Olepi, Kati, and Abaros primary schools and Ofaka secondary school. Right Honourable Speaker, we follow your guidance very clearly that before we come with any issue on this floor of Parliament, we should exhaust all the options. And the Right Honourable Speaker, I have engaged the line ministry, the line agencies and departments, but to no avail. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the schools I have mentioned, the enrollments are high, but instructors are in dilapidated situations. And to show evidence that, Right Honourable Speaker, we started this struggle some times back, I beg to lay on table the presidential directive, which was addressed to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, and that was way back in 2019. Since then, no action has been taken, even when the president directed that new classrooms be constructed in these schools. I also beg to lay on table a letter which the ministry...
Honorable, we have, today we are going to be discussing, if you followed the House yesterday, we presented a report on the status of schools in northern Uganda, including your area. Okay?
Okay.
And Madiokoro is one of those we received. Can we handle it when we reach on debate of that? It's the third item on the order paper.
Okay, thank you.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Most obliged.
Thank you. Honorable Simbwa Fred. Honorable Arero Tom Aza.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I rise on a matter of national importance, and the issue is about national backbone infrastructure connectivity project for West Nile by NITAU. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of May 2019, at St. Charles Lwanga Senior Secondary School in Koboko District, the President launched the Phase 4 of the National Backbone Infrastructure Connectivity Project for West Nile, where National Information Technology Uganda NITAU was to implement the National Backbone Infrastructure and e-governance infrastructure project to connect districts and towns across the country. Mr. Speaker, Phase 4 is to extend to 12 districts of West Nile and other border points of Uganda. My prayers are as follows. May we know from the Right Honourable Prime Minister or to the Minister responsible as to how far the program has progressed, now that under Phase 5 of the program, EXIM and the World Bank extended loans. Secondly, I would also like to know as to when the program will extend to the remote areas, hard-to-reach areas, parishes, and sub-counties in all the districts in West Nile, and of course including a place like Moyo District in Arapi, Bari, Oyo, where there's no internet connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Government.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are all aware that under the policy of rationalization, NITA-U had been earmarked to be rationalized. But when the caucus of the National Resistance Movement sat 1 week ago, NITA-U is one of the 2 organizations that we have earmarked to benefit from a transitional period of 3 years arising from the fact that under the Chinese loan and one from World Bank and partly also a grant, NITA-U has been implementing the National Backbone project, the phase that the honorable member is talking about. So we confidently believe that when the bills are brought to Parliament and we pass it with the transitional clause, it will give NITA-U an opportunity to implement the projects under the Chinese loan and also under the World Bank loan, which encompasses what the last mile connection that the honorable member is talking about.
Thank you.
So all is not lost. We have hope that we shall cross the bridge when we get there.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Government Chief Whip, I will request that the Minister for ICT gives us an update, especially on areas that are going to be covered, so that members can know. We have it here, and then the committee will follow up after. So if we could do that next week, progress, so far where have they reached, and then which areas are going to be covered, that would be good.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I undertake to write to the Minister before the close of business today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Tahigwa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, these days we have heavy rains, and Rukunjiri municipality was severely affected on the 10th of September when it rained heavily and destroyed crops. And the affected areas in Southern Division, in Ndolero Parish, Ndolero, Seru, Nyachibale, Nyamayenje A, Chibirizi, and Nyaruzinga were severely affected. In the Kanyinya Ward, Kataruka, Chitaziguruka, Marumba, and Kafunjo were also severely hit. Right Honorable Speaker, the crops were destroyed, and up to now I think people have challenges in what to eat. Even yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, we also received heavy rains in Eastern Division. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Ministry for Disaster to expedite the process of availing relief food, but also to make sure that we get planting materials like plant seed, bean seeds. We have cassava cuttings. We need them urgently, Right Honorable Speaker, so that we can use the remaining season, because it is still raining, and we can do replanting. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Minister for Disaster is here.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do note the concern raised by my colleague, and I would like to confirm that we will be able to deliver the food items to this community as soon as we receive the report from the disaster committee. On the second request about the provision for the planting materials, I will take it upon myself to coordinate with Ministry of Agriculture, and if they have them available, they should be delivered. I thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bukenya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter of national importance concerns general roads in my constituents, and I suspect it affects others. Right Honorable Speaker, from the time the RAPEX bills were introduced a year ago, UNRA has not been facilitated to work on our roads, particularly in Bukuya, the gold city, where we have a lot of gold and we are also a food basket. Roads connecting Bukuya to Chankwanzi and also Mianzi Chiboga are in a very bad shape. And we are struggling to do business, but also children going to school. We are even worried actually that now we are in the interim, UNRA hasn't gone. When UNRA goes, what is going to happen? Because Ministry of Works is around now, the money was passed in the budget, but nothing is taking place. We are in a terrible situation. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the money we released, we appropriated to go to UNRA, be given to UNRA to be doing the work meanwhile, as we wait for the rationalization to take place. And if it's not possible, the Ministry of Works comes to Bukuya. Particularly Kasanda district, we have no even a centimeter of tarmac, to come and take over our roads, and we support RAPEX in the full swing when we know that we are going to benefit. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Works.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I do agree with the Honourable that the budget meant for maintenance of roads in the unit had reduced, even in budgeting, because we have a lot of debts. The contractors who did work for us, they were demanding us, are still demanding, and the money keep on accumulating due to interest. However, we engaged finance, since now these roads, most of them are not worked on in the last financial year, to ensure that we get something to work on these roads, and the finance, we're engaging them. We hope by next month we shall get some release to work on those roads which are badly off, as we hope finance will collect more money, then we can answer all those problems when they give us the real budget which we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, next week we are receiving a statement from the government on preparedness. Government is preparedness to handle disasters, and that includes roads, it includes destruction of gardens and schools and all that. So we agreed with the Minister for Disaster Preparedness that they will have an interministerial meeting which will cover all aspects to see how prepared are we to handle the disasters that are going to come because of the rains that are ongoing and more anticipated. So I request we shall follow up that issue that time. But Honourable Minister, I think you need to prepare better feedback. Okay, at that time, you give us some hope. Yes, Honorable Charles Sokero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance regarding the precarious situation in Kochli sub-county in our district, and resulting from the attacks of elephants. Mr. Speaker, on the morning of the 12th, that was Thursday, Omara Elvis, a 22-year-old man, was killed by an elephant just in the morning as he was digging in his garden. Mr. Speaker, as you may also recall, 3 days before we sat in Gulu, we had lost a young boy to the marauding elephants. Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years alone, we have lost 5 people in our district to the problem of elephants. None of the killing animals have been identified and all relocated. And so communities in this village are in a dire situation. The threat level is just too much, and as a result, even the opening of a school called Ogelo Primary School has become very difficult, as parents have fled, and only 30 children have reported up to yesterday. My prayers. Number one, that OA does something scientific. First of all, to identify the killer elephants and remove them. Number two, that the Ministry of Tourism should expedite the issue of the electric fencing with a view of covering these communities that are so vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, number three, that also ministry should make it simpler for families to claim compensation. We have the law, we have also the statutory instrument, but the other processes are too long and too complicated before people become uncivilized. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I faced the same situation in my constituency. I don't know how many times, and many of you, tourism, it seems we made a law, but we didn't give it a financial muscle. Because this business of a certain percentage of OA corrections, when you look at the money they needed to compensate people, the claims, versus what is provided, it's just a drop in the ocean. I think we need to review this, honorable colleagues. We need to review this, to go back and say, no, since we made the law to do with compensation, more needs to be done. But Honorable Bahati, this is your area, because don't you share a permanent secretary? Oh, now you're totally, but you're related. So you're friends, yeah. Trade and tourism, even here the committee is the same.
Mr. Speaker, we have noted the issue raised by, is actually a member of my committee, and we'll take it up with my colleague, the Minister of Industry, to ensure that that problem is resolved.
I think I should
Minister of Tourism.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
I think I should assign the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Tourism, to look into this issue of compensation specifically. Because everywhere I've heard, me in my area, they've brought forms and what, but every day people tell me, no one has ever said I received compensation. Huh? I don't know, Honorable Aogon, have they compensated anyone in your area? Oh, he's a municipality.
Right, Honorable Speaker, by the time we hear a colleague asking for the animal that caused the trouble to be identified, you know that there's trouble. For that reason, for me, the real thing that we need to do is to government to come and tell us clearly here how much money has been allocated towards compensation in this year, which is about to close, or that has been closed. Then for 2024-2025, how much? In the budget for 2025-2026, how much money is going towards compensation?
Thank
you.
you.
We even talked about electric fencing, but it's like it's snail speed moving. We don't know what is happening. We are not taking this as a priority. When somebody touches an elephant, it becomes a big story, and it's a headline story. But when an elephant eats a person, that is not a story. What kind of planning and thinking is this? So I think we, as a country, must think categorically, clearly, to think about people as a priority.
Thank you.
So, Honorable Speaker, the budget is where the problem is.
Thank you. Dr. Wanika?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the answer to those around the parks is electric fencing. We need close to 60 billion only to fence all the national parks in this country. Not 100 billion, just 60 billion only. I want to ask you, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, that the Minister of Tourism should come on the floor and present a statement on the way forward, because we have been talking about electric fencing, we are losing people, we are losing properties. They should come on the floor of Parliament and present a statement so that we get a way forward. Right, Honorable Speaker.
I was thinking if we assign the committee, there will be more interaction at that stage, because here we don't interrogate in detail. Okay, they interrogate the issue of human wildlife conflict, what is causing it, and also compensation on compensation. Me, I want to see if there is anyone who has ever been compensated. Then number two, when you look at that form, you should first look at the people who are usually affected. These are purely rural people. But when you look at the form, it's designed to benefit a PhD holder. It's a very complicated form to fill. Now you ask yourself. So people were saying, oh, no, bring us interpreters, people to help us to fill this form alone. So when you're designing such a form, it should be easy for Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I do agree that the committee should look into this matter. Yeah. And as we look into this matter, we should remember the Minister of Tourism has actually come here several times that resources are needed for compensation. Resources are needed for electric fencing. And therefore, as we begin the new cycle of budgeting, this is a good time that Parliament can actually look into this matter.
Thank you. Oh, I'm giving a committee only 1 week, so that on Thursday we have a report here. This is an issue that shouldn't take, we don't need, they've been going to the field, you know, so they should be having most of the data, but we have to interrogate this. Next Thursday, I'll handle this issue here. Honorable Susan Mugabe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My matter of national importance is about the delayed compensation of the project affected persons of the palm oil project in Uvuma district. Right Honorable Speaker, the residents of Uvuma district gave in their land in good faith for the good of the project. But it's so worrying that up to now, 10 years down the road, these people have not been compensated. And yesterday, the project affected person from the villages of Obukalabati, Kachanga, and Kaziru in Nairambi sub-county stormed the district headquarters claiming for their money because the period is long overdue. And Right Honorable Speaker, this is my third time to raise this issue here. And the last time I raised it in last year, the Prime Minister said that they are planning to compensate these people as soon as possible. But Right Honorable Speaker, surely the government is still planning in 10 years to compensate when they've already taken people's land and harvesting of the palm is next year. And these people do not have food, these people do not have school fees because their land was their business. Right Honorable Speaker, the government should be serious because you cannot take someone whose land for 10 years and you've not compensated, harvesting is next year, and the same project, Right Honorable Speaker, the palm oil project, also promised maintenance fees to the palm oil outgrowers. But they have not done anything. They have not given these people, and some of these outgrowers, they resorted to financial institutions for loans, and now they're in default. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are, this time I'm requesting the Minister for Agriculture to come here and clearly state on the exact date as when they are going to compensate the project affected persons. Because you cannot keep on promising for years and years, and also on when they are going to disburse funds for the palm oil outgrowers. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Let me suggest that the Prime Minister, who had already commented on this issue, responds to this on Thursday next week during Prime Minister's time. Because she's able to call an interministerial meeting, finance, agriculture, and we get a more strong answer. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Nangori.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm still disturbed because I've raised this issue several times about the issue of science teachers who have been promoted to leadership positions as administrators, especially in secondary schools. Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak now, there are teachers who have been promoted, but they have declined to pick appointment letters because their salary has been changed from being a scientist to an administrator. There was even a directive from the president that this position should be harmonized. But up to now, Right Honorable, it has not been brought to our attention in the House as to why this has not been solved. Right Honorable Speaker, it is today that we want a permanent solution. Why are they declining to respond to a presidential directive this time around? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Education.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my brother, Honorable Gerald, for raising this matter on this floor. Mr. Speaker, it is true that we have those two categories of the teaching profession, in especially the secondary education, the science versus humanity. And as we all know, the enhancement for the science teachers has been increased in the past financial years. And what he's raising, which is true, is that the science teachers, by the virtue of their being enhancement of their salary, they're at a higher level, as opposed to being a head of a secondary school or a deputy. And it is also true that when these people apply to take over headship of a school, their scale is actually lower than what they are earning. And as I can speak, the Ministry of Public Service, together with the Ministry of Education, has acknowledged this discrepancy. We are trying to discuss and looking at how best this can be harmonized to cater for the science teacher who is going to be a head teacher or a deputy teacher, while probably maintaining that scale, if not even raising it at a upper level. So we are looking at that, and he's raised it rightly.
But Honorable Minister, just pay them their salary of a science teacher and add the allowance of leadership. So I don't know which discussion you want to rotate around, because you have been telling us over several times here that you're discussing. People are suffering out there.
Mr. Speaker, you are very right. If it was to be education alone, we'll have just kept them at that level and even add the allowances. But we are doing it as a whole government approach together with the Ministry of Public Service.
When can you update this House on the same, Honourable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I think you will have to give me some adequate period of time. I do not want to lie.
Like how much time, Madam?
1 month.
1 month, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Dr. Otara.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I arise to raise a matter of national importance regarding the hiring and deployment of teachers in seed secondary schools. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, as you may be aware, quite a number of seed secondary schools are either started as a community initiative or faith-based. Very few seed secondary schools were started from scratch by government. In the former two situations where the community or a particular faith initiated a seed secondary school and then government came to take over, you will find that there are teachers already volunteering, and in a number of situations you find teachers have been volunteering for well over 5 years. Now when it comes to hiring them, that is where the problem comes, in that the ministry is not taking into cognizance the fact that these teachers have been volunteering for a long time. And for as long as these teachers meet the minimum requirement, I don't see the reason why such teachers who have volunteered their time to educate our learners free of charge for 5-7 years cannot be given internal interviews, and later on, if some of them don't meet the requirement, then it can be opened up. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the situation is even worse where they are caretaker head teachers. Caretaker head teachers, most of them come mainly from, they're already in government payroll, but their community employs them to initiate for them the school. There is now a threat that such caretaker head teachers are actually indisciplined.
Prayers, Honorable.
My prayer is that if the ministry would be pleased to first of all arrange internal interviews for all volunteering teachers in SEED secondary schools, and that caretaker head teachers who are already in government payroll be seconded to take up this role in a more formal manner. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to request the ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My colleague, Dr. Emmanuel Honorable, has raised a very valid point. The issue of having CD schools, when the time reached for recruitment, probably the recruitment is open up to everybody who can meet the criteria and qualified to be recruited. Mr. Speaker, this financial year, the Ministry of Education and Sports have already secured 111 billion in our budget for recruitment of teachers in for SEED secondary schools across the country. This money has been put across districts all over the country. And indeed it is true, my ministry is planning through Education Service Commission to recruit teachers for all SEED schools. And this same concern, Mr. Speaker, has been raised by the Education Committee of Parliament. And even this morning we were discussing with the chairperson of education for the possibility of having the Education Service Commission getting to the site and do the recruitment on site as opposed to coming at the center that were the discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, we are very... That what?
Thank you, Minister, for allowing me to give you information. Honorable Minister, the issue is about policy. It is not about the finances. I got to learn that when advertisements are made for the recruitment of teachers in this particular city school, it is an open policy. Everybody applies. And indeed, the people who have been volunteering are left out. The people who come, some of them from far-off districts, their target is to get on the payroll. Once they get on the payroll, they run away. They are ever absent, and they just abscond and seek transfer. In actual sense, they don't perform. So the honorable member's issue is for you to strengthen the policy to give consideration to the people who have been volunteering. Thank you.
Now, Honourable Minister, why don't you do like what you're doing for government-aided schools? Because on government-aided schools, you come and you do interviews for the staff who are there. Those who qualify, you take over. And you even do it on site. A few months ago, Dr. Kajubira and the team were in Chianga, in Roburunga sub-county, doing interviews for the teachers who were there, because it's a government-aided school. So you could do the same for city schools that you take over. Yes, Chair, Education Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I need to give more information. Before I came here, I was in Education Service Commission. and I was in charge of Bunyoro and West Nile. You do traverse and go to those schools and get the people there. So there has been a ping pong between Education Service Commission and the ministry. That the ministry uses these head teachers to build, then afterwards they say let it be open. So that's why the committee is of the view that for the current head teachers, even if they are on government payroll, the acting ones, you go on site and interview them because they are the ones who know the conditions of that place. That's what we think it is going to solve, but there has been a ping pong. Education Service Commission has no problem, but they say policy that now you have absconded. Yet they are using them to compile lists of teachers who are there. So for the time being, like when you Pakwach, money is returned. So why don't we just have one position that currently the operational schools, Education Service Commission, go and interview on site. It will solve all these problems. Mr. Speaker.
But Honorable James Kubeketeria, we have very many teachers who have no jobs. Now, those who are already on government payroll, it means they were cheating government. Instead of cheating in teaching in government schools, they were concentrating being teachers in private schools.
So
those ones shouldn't be given.
Those are isolated cases.
They already on payroll. Give an opportunity to new people. Okay?
So we are now.
Yes, give an opportunity to new people. If you are employed for government, you're on government payroll, what are you doing as a head teacher in a private school? It means you're not even attending to your job of a government school. Huh?
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think there we are now getting back to, because Honorable had his view was that the others who are used to administer voluntarily. And when the time comes, they throw them out. The ones who are taken on don't report. They just come to the center. So let's solve that problem.
The acting rope is Honorable Sewungu. So
Mr.
I
Speaker,
don't know why Sechku is saying I and I've never.
My President, Mr. Speaker, we need a lot of time on this thing and we cannot exhaust it here. Because what I heard and what we have heard from most of these schools are that there are some head teachers who are serving but not on government payroll. Priority should be given to them first. But you find government sending other head teachers to run a school where Sewungu was serving as a CD school before it was taken by government and is not given first opportunity to become the head teacher. Secondly, even when he was talking, we must pay a lot of attention the disparity between the science teachers and arts teachers. As we talk now, Mr. Speaker, science teachers are requesting for voluntary retirement against the arts teachers. Why? Because the science teacher was given more money. Even if he retires, the package he gets as he retires on early retirement is bigger. Then he remains getting 1.5 million per month. Yet an arts teacher is in the class earning 800,000 per month serving. So who is serving, who is enjoying better his life? Retire, get the package of 200 million, then after getting 200 million, get 1.5 million every month as a retired, but the arts teacher is earning 800 in school, teaching, suffering, and the science teacher is enjoying. All these need attention.
And they got private schools.
They got private school and make money. Then you continue misleading yourselves that science is going ahead. These are facts on ground. There is no argument about it. So I think you will give our committee more time to exhaust this matter. Government must sit and see how they balance teachers, because the work they do is almost at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, Honourable Minister, why don't you use the same you're doing for government-aided schools, the process of recruiting teachers for government-aided schools? You use it for seed schools that were already in existence, that you took over. It would make it very easy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we are really trying to streamline to take care of people who have been caretaking of those seed schools, especially those who have taken long and they might have not gotten the opportunity. I think we agree that we see the modality of streamlining together and in agreement with Education Service Commission. But what I can say, Mr. Speaker, the practice has been that those who have been caretaking at seed schools, they have not been left out. They have been included in the interview process. As long as they meet the criteria, they have the qualification, they are normally, they get through. But however, we are happy that we are trying to streamline the situation together with the
seeing
education.
Honorable Abshija disagreeing with you, MP for Workers. Yes, Honorable Abshija, MP for Workers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. If we are talking about caretakers, it is beyond, it's not about those people who are in primary schools teaching or seed schools. Even in secondary schools, we have, I am sure, because I've ever done research about it, we have over 5,000 teachers, both primary and secondary, who are caretakers. And we don't have it in the government that you caretake. These people, some of them are promoted because they are very far from the head office. They are promoted by the politicians. For example, if someone was a campaign manager of LC5 and the money went through, he can say, now you are a head teacher of that school. But they are not anywhere. And as a result, because it's not in the public service orders or laws, they end up working even for over 10 years caretaking. Yet when they retire, they will never get money for the job that they were doing. They can only say you are a teacher, maybe that's what you can get, but they will never be peace with even their families because they don't see any progression. Then the other one that I know, that also, because of that, then we have left it and it is going on over and over because also the Education Service Commission does not get enough time to go through all of the whole country, and that's why it is continuing. It has been on for over 15 years.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, you've taken note. This is not a matter where we're going to make a resolution. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issue is really about seed schools. Probably the others we can discuss. But finally, it is true, Mr. Speaker, that the science teachers that have just received recent salary enhancement, true, some of them are leaving the profession. We've received those information. We did a search. We collected all the information needed in terms of numbers, the reasons, and what it takes. And I can assure you, the policy does not stop these teachers from leaving the profession. Now, the way forward is that my ministry is trying to look at how to review the policy so that we can see how best such outcry and the manner in which the teachers are moving can be regulated. And one of the things that we're already working is the national teacher policy, which, can I complete?
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for giving way. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing also this information. You see, Mr. Speaker, you were chairing the House here, and I raised the same matter when Honourable Mingo was here, and he just brought a bill that is being given to Parliament, to the Committee of Education. The issue of the policy dealing with the teachers going for early retirement, you cannot just keep it or hold it here without bringing it. Because it is a time bomb for the education system in Uganda. Leave arts teachers, primary teachers, science teachers, Mr. Speaker, as we talk now, you cannot start a private school in your rural area and get professional teachers trained because they are not anywhere, they are getting jobs. So the bill you brought, as Honourable Mingo stated, is not giving anything, dealing with anything that will handle teachers for early retirement. And as a result, the children are losing it out. So I would pray that bring that policy as fast as possible so that you control the migration of teachers leaving their profession. And you will not achieve it with the poor enrollment and remuneration of teachers. Thank you, Madam, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, thank you.
Thank you for the information, and I was really coming at that point that we are bringing the policy, but also we have the National Teachers Council that is coming on board, which council has to regulate the teaching profession. But thank you so much for the guidance, and I want to believe that we will do everything possible to regulate, to control, and to ensure that the teaching profession becomes better every other day. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Insapio.
I rise on a matter of national importance, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to draw the attention of the party opposite the government to the catastrophic flooding that has devastated entire communities in my constituency of Oyam County North. In this particular case, I would like to draw your attention to the devastation on Otwal Senior Secondary School, which is now unable to domicile students or function normally. And might I add, Right Honourable Speaker, that the school is struggling currently to open for the new term. The entire toilet system is down, it has collapsed, and there's no extent of draining that hasn't happened that has helped the situation, both by the district and by the school itself. We have walls that have collapsed for the dormitories, fields of crops that have been destroyed for the school and for the teachers. And then the situation itself is not different in the rest of the communities, in up to 4 sub-counties of Otwal, of Abok, of Icheme, and of Ngai sub-counties. And Right Honourable Speaker, we foresee an outbreak of diseases. It's quite imminent, and I would like to request government. I'm glad that there's the Ministry of Education here, but also her counterpart for the OPM disaster, who spoke with me a couple of days ago and struggled really hard to get resources from the Red Cross. But I would like to let her know that nothing took place. The school is struggling. There's no iota of support or aid that has happened, that has taken place so far. My prayer, Right Honourable Speaker, our prayer as the people of Oyam County North and the school itself and the district is that, one, we need, as a matter of urgency, support, aid to the school to be able to have the school in a functioning condition or situation so the school can open and have the students learn. But also, secondly, I would like to put across to your office that we need planting materials to be able to put back, to restore fields of crops that have been lost across all of these communities. I thank you.
Thank you. I will allow Honorable Midias Natkunda on the same, then Minister will answer at once. That's it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise on the matter of national importance regarding the continuous landslides in Rukunji district. Rukunji has continuously experienced landslide with little attention from the government. This August, there was landslide in Chabahanga, that's Bambara sub-county, where we lost lives of 2 children and others were critically injured and hospitalized. Up to this time, no one has visited from the disaster committee at the district, even from the from the Ministry of Disaster. No one has visited the area to ascertain.
Honorable colleagues, please allow a member to deliver, to speak
Right
on behalf of her people. Yes, Honorable, please.
Thank
continue.
you for your protection, Right Honourable. The landslides that occurred in August, there has not been any attention or any visitations from the Ministry of Disaster. On the same note, last year as well, in Wambara sub-county, Nyabubare parish, in the villages of Rutoma, Chankwanzi, Rushaya A, there were several landslides. Much as the ministry came and the Ministry of Disaster came, they managed to distribute a few relief items to the affected people, but they were left homeless. Up to now, nothing has been done. So my prayer is that the Ministry of Disaster visits the area and assesses the damage and compensate the affected people. Also, we need to get advice on what the community can do about these areas, because the area is continuously getting landslides. We are not getting any guidance whether people should leave or where they should be vacated to. So I kindly ask for them to intervene. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tahigwa Elisa also had registered the same. So, Rukunjiri, I think that's sufficient. Bundubujo, Gafabusa, on the same then.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Bundibugyo is now a center of all the disasters you can talk about. We have a cocktail of them, from floods, landslides, mudslides, and there is a bigger one, Right Honorable Speaker, which I raised here before. Huge land masses sinking. Huge land masses sinking. All we have told people is to move away from those land masses. People are now landless, they are homeless. So we have a category of people who need to be relocated away from those areas. Mr. Speaker, I raised this matter here and requested the government to send technical people to Bundibugyo to find out what is causing this, because it is unusual. Government sent a team of scientists, I think from Ministry of Energy, geoscientists. But up to now, we have never known, we have never received a report of what is causing this. We are seeing more land masses sinking. As I talk now, in Bundibugyo we have 27 sub-counties. 17 are affected. We have over 5,000 people now who have been displaced. If you watched members on TV, you saw what was happening in Ntoroko district. All that water you see in Ntoroko is coming from Bundibugyo. Mr. Speaker, we need a permanent solution to some of these challenges. While I pray that OPM looks at the emergencies, the relief and all that, indeed people need food, need iron sheets, need tarpaulins, but we need a permanent solution. Otherwise, we shall continue having this water in Ntoroko, but imagine that water that is in Ntoroko now, what it has done in Bundibugyo where it is coming from. Mr. Speaker, my prayer now is for government to constitute a team to go to Bundibugyo. Our cow has written reports to OPM. I have copies of about 4 reports for the last 3 months. No response. No team from government has gone there. Last week, I saw a team from OPM in Ntoroko, our neighbors, and they stopped there. And they are looking at the floods, and they are seeing where this water is coming from, Bundibugyo. They have not gone there. Can OPM and government send a team to do an assessment, but we need a permanent solution. Our people are suffering. Our people are orphaned. I so pray, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for disaster preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, just one for my colleague on the
But
primary
education,
school.
you don't have money.
No, I
for
just
disaster.
wanted, no.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to bring this to your attention and to request that I bring the document specifically on the school facility grant that we have allocated 41.46 billion this financial year, and school maintenance grant that we have allocated 103.33 billion. Each local government has received not less than 100 million from each item. And normally we do guide.
Have they already received it?
Yes.
They have it.
They have it.
Okay.
And I want to ask your permission. I bring the list of each local government with the amount of money, but yes, to give members of parliament.
But what was the purpose of that money?
Yes, that is what I was coming. The money is meant to maintain our schools in the district, to give a facelift. And we have guided in this manner. Each financial year, you prioritize You may, Mr. Speaker, protect me. I'm still speaking.
Point of order.
We may not.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot work retrospective in this house. Yesterday, you gave a directive that the Ministry of Education will go and give us 3 months. Actually, the Minister wanted 1 month, and I pray that it takes 3 months to give us the status of UPE schools in Uganda. Here we are now. The Minister is giving us the figures given to districts. When you talk about 80 million as money to rehabilitate schools in a district, that is almost nothing. Yes. It is nothing.
Your point of order?
So is the Honourable Minister, my fellow minister in the same docket, my shadow minister, because the Minister of Education decided she's a state minister, in order to continue bringing figures on after having given a full directive by the Speaker that we shall get a status report where all these matters can be addressed. Is she in order?
Now, Honourable Minister, where I'm finding a challenge, and I want to be honest, you know very well, you used to have a budget for emergencies under Ministry of Education. That budget was transferred to OPM, everything to do with emergencies. Now, the money you're talking about is money for facelift. Now, you're saying they diverted from facelift. No, because we are talking about emergencies now. Okay? So, allow us to handle emergencies as emergencies. Then the other money should also serve the purpose. Moreover, it is already very little. Okay? Now you want it to look like it should be the money for emergencies. No. Where the district finds indeed there is an emergency, okay, and they should use that money, let it be a discretion of the district. But you remember your budget for emergencies was taken to OPM. That's why we want OPM to answer. Okay? So,
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true that money is not for emergency. I was just bringing such that because there are a lot of issues concerning school facelift, that I bring it to Parliament, members get to know what every district gets.
Sure, that one we appreciate, Honourable Minister. And please do.
I'm going to bring it.
What you do, you lay it on table, okay? And then we shall be able to upload it on our system for members to benefit. But, we should remember the purpose. Facelift. Let us follow up on man of emergency to be different.
So much, I respect that, and my shadow minister has heard it very well, loud and clear, that I'll bring and put it on the table for him to see as well.
Thank you. I see how you call each other shadows. You're shadowing each other. Yes, Honourable Minister for Disaster Preparedness.
Right Honourable Speaker, I do take note of the issue raised by Honourable Eunice. And indeed, she confirms that we had a conversation on phone to find ways to provide the immediate support. And I've just learned from her that the intervention we tried to make together did not help. So I'll take it upon myself to engage and see if the ministry can provide the toilets to support the students at school. About the planting materials, Honorable, that still comes from Ministry of Agriculture because the OPM doesn't provide planting materials. I will take note and also update my colleague. If there is need, they will provide. Honorable Natukunda, about the landslide in Rukunjiri, I would like to request you to avail the names of the 2 children that we lost to landslide, because it has always been a norm that the President normally provides support to those who have lost their victims, their people through disasters, and I will follow up with the State House to provide that support. I also want to take note that honourable colleagues should know that we received reports about that particular incidents that happened, the landslide, and it's on our table, and we are planning to deliver relief food items to the community. And then also the issue of relocation plan, it's a general plan that we are looking at that will have to be done. You cannot do it at once because of the budgetary issues, but we will continue to consider that we do it in time for Rukungiri. Honorable Gabafunza.
Gafabusa.
Gabafunza.
Gafabusa. It's a botanical name, but you
Gafabusa. Honorable Gafabusa. That one. Yesterday I was still here and I noted that as one of the long-term intervention, the ministry under OPM has brought on board other agencies to look at avenues how we can handle the issues of floods in Bundibujo, in Kasese, in Ntoroko. Because some of these flooding challenges are coming up because of the human settlement. And they are bound to happen if we don't address the matter from the cause. So we are looking at putting up a team, and we have brought on board the humanitarian agency. FAO is on ground as I speak to you right now, Honorable Speaker. My team from office, the technical team, are ready in the field to engage with the communities and come up with a report on how we can go forward on addressing the cause of these floods. But we will also provide food items, relief food items and non-food items to the affected communities. Honorable Anifa also whispered to me that she has experienced issues of hailstone in our area. Honorable Minister, I also want to take note, and I will send a team to ensure that we collect data and will be able to provide the necessary assistance, and that will be in terms of relief food item. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Katari Roy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
That's a procedure. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as we are still handling matters of national importance, allow me to draw you back to Tuesday's matter, which I brought here concerning Chitezi's compensation and the foul water drainage that is now flowing in people's residences. And Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of government, the Right Honorable Prime Minister pledged that today we are going to be getting an update on what is being done. So want it to be procedure right as we continue raising these matters. Also, the matter of Chitez gets to be addressed during this moment. I thank you.
No, Honorable, it's not procedure right. Today we are handling matters which are coming now.
Yes.
Okay? So any matter which we promise to get an update, we'll have its time. But these are for now.
Yes.
Yeah. So it would be procedurally wrong for us to do that. Honorable Katari Roy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I raise on a matter of national importance concerning disasters in Jinja District. Right Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, Jinja District is hit by rains, and we don't normally bring it here because the time I tried, we were never helped. But last week, Right Honorable Speaker, Kagoma constituency in particular, 8 villages in Nakakure Parish, Kisos XSB, Nakakure, Buma West, Lumuli A, Lumuli B, Lumuli C, and Buma Central. And on Monday, Right Honorable Speaker, Buera Parish in Kagoma North Constituency, Buolero, Nankuria, Kuchizinga, Mawolero, Igombe, and Idome were hit by heavy rains. The crops and houses were destroyed. Animals were killed. We have 7 families that are homeless. And yesterday, on Tuesday, Right Honorable Speaker, rather, Boenge Town Council Market got burned. It's not the first time. Year in, year out, it gets gutted by fire, and this is the main market in Jinja District. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are rather that the ministry provides these people with iron sheets, bedding since some are homeless, food, and seedlings. And it is my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that as we go to the budgeting process, government should plan for having or building for us a permanent structure in Buenge Town Council. The district quarters are in Buenge Rural. Just next is the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Disaster Preparedness.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have taken note of the matter raised by my colleague,
Honourable
Katali
Minister,
Joy.
procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday you guided that the Honorable Minister for Disaster and Preparedness brings a comprehensive report so that we can all have our issues addressed, because we almost have the same issues. Markets burning, hailstorms hitting our villages, and the answer is that there are no resources. Even where reports have been written to the ministry, we've not gotten responses. So you had guided that she brings in a report next week. So I was seeking your guidance further, if we cannot push all this to next week when she brings in a report, and then we can all address our issues at once. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
But now, Honourable, if you give an answer that there are no resources, then what is the report for? You know? No, please. Now, colleagues, we should learn not conclude on behalf of government. Yeah, because the law requires money for emergencies should be there. It's a constitution, by the way. It's not even anything. And government has always provided. So what I requested for on Tuesday was, we want to see the preparedness. It is just the preparedness. Okay? And then we see where government is not well prepared. We request government to get prepared, to bring in more resources from the emergency kitty, which is provided for under the Constitution. That one does not even need, I think that one doesn't even need appropriation here, because it's a percentage of the budget. Okay? So, I think members are right to raise their issues, but why I brought it, in relation to really, and I can understand where Honorable Enos is coming from, it's what I had anticipated, that these issues are going to be coming. So, Honorable Minister, what I want, on Wednesday, when you bring the update and you inform the members, then they wouldn't need to come here. Otherwise, I get around 10 members every day. They wouldn't need to come here. You will also guide us that honorable members, instead of going on the floor, please go here and here, present your cases. If we don't support, maybe in a month, in a week or two, then that's when you can come on the floor. That was my major. But now, since we have not yet received the report, my hands are tied. I would be stopping members in anticipation of what will be coming. But I understand Honorable Enos's concern. It's a valid one. Honorable Minister, conclude on this.
Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to assure my honorable colleague who raised the matter from Ginger, Honorable Katalia Joy, Roy,
Katali
Loy, from Ginger, that the Ministry of Disaster, once upon receiving the report from the Disaster Committee, will definitely provide the food and the iron sheet. Issues of seedlings, colleagues, this is something that is to do with Ministry of Agriculture. I will still take note and write to my colleague. But maybe I will have to make this, Right Honorable Speaker. When we raise these issues in the House, it's not enough for me to take action. I take action on response based on a report from the Disaster Committee. So please get in touch with the COW to write this report, and I'll be able to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amede.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me opportunity to present this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, there are persons registering and extorting money from people in the district of Butevo, purportedly as agents of the Association of Teso War Victims, with the promise that they are working on their forms to benefit from government compensation. My prayers that the responsible minister should come up with an explanation on the legality of these activities and save the people from such extortion. The second prayer is the persons who are collecting the money from the public should be investigated and possibly the money is be refunded. And the third prayer is government should streamline and strengthen its responsiveness in regard to such activities. I emphasize the prayer number 3 because it has been a habit for people to come to that side of the district and extort money. A few years ago, somebody was collecting money, promising the people that he's bringing them to His Excellency. Indeed, they boarded 2 buses, brought the people to Kampala, drove them around, and told them that the program had changed. Another incident involved people paying money that they would get chicken from Operation Wealth Creation, and the chicken never appeared. So I wonder why the security system does not pick up the nitty-gritties. Indeed, one of the Gisos told me,
kindly conclude.
One of the Gisos told me that he did report this particular matter where they are extorting money in view of getting compensation from government, but he wasn't helped. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So, honorable colleagues, on that issue of extortion, I got an incident when someone came to my office seeking compensation because someone had gotten money from him that I will get a job for him. He went, negotiated with the person, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker is going to give you a job, but he needs 1 million. They paid him after they switched off the phone. Now the man came and said I must pay his money. You know, it's right. Yeah, but they took it in your name. It's all okay. It was like, but you should be arrested. Yeah, you should be arrested because you are giving bribes to go and influence. So you should even say now, on top of refusing to pay me, you even want to arrest me. So in government chief whip, people in the table.
Right Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to sympathize with the district woman representative, but also confirm that we live in society where we still have fraudsters. But I also want to confirm that the Operation Wealth Creation, when you are receiving items from them, there is no payment. It is completely free. I also wish to confirm that the ongoing compensation by government in Teso, Lango, and Acholi has nothing for one to pay. You go through the due processes and you are paid for those who have been paid. And those who are yet to be paid, subject to availability of funds, they will be paid. I wish to request my colleague to furnish me with details of what is happening in Butebo, such that even right now we can be able to, together with you, take appropriate action with the security apparatus in Butebo and that greater region, superintended over by the regional police commander. It is something we need to take it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, there is something I know someone might have reached out to you. There is someone who is trying to defraud con members of parliament, saying that transformers are ready for your projects, that REA has given, I think they need money for transport. Okay? I followed up, I raised this with M10 to block the number, but now today I received another message. Mr. Speaker, it's Engineer Biaruhanga. The power line is ready for Mitoma. So we need 3 nearby poles to your place. Thanks for advice. And then when you extend, he asks for money to buy these poles. And the number is, oh, even you, Honorable, you have the number. Yes. Yes, and he doesn't change the name. He changes number, but it is 0766 881 917. Now, Minister for ICT, you registered the numbers. We were told that all numbers which are not registered were removed from the network. In fact, what happened in Nigeria is telecoms were fined heavily for numbers, and in other countries, numbers which are not registered are committing a lot of crimes. They are conning people every day. Who are these people? And why don't you punish the telecoms that are allowing fraudsters to keep using these numbers, Honourable Minister? Because this fraudster has been only changing the numbers. He changes the numbers. But he has reached out to many MPs. Honourable colleagues, how many have been just see. And he's tearing in the name of Banyankore. That is Mr. Jaron. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have actually engaged the telecom companies, and they keep giving assurance that it's only authorized numbers that are in saturation, whereas such experiences indicate the reverse. What I can pledge is that I'm going to engage the telecom companies once again, because it is evident that it appears some people access unregistered numbers. Because for them, they have been claiming maybe they are using numbers of dead people and so forth, but we are going to investigate with a view of putting heavy sanctions on the telecom companies if we really establish that there are still gaps where individuals can access numbers without proper registration. No. Because it gives room to conmen and all sorts of people. It even has a security element. So give me like 2 weeks, then I will come back and give an update.
Thank you.
On this very issue. So I thought it was
As Chair ICT, thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You resemble the Minister. ICT sector is for people like you. On the big sites, Honourable.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, we engaged and realized that these people keep on using contacts or lines that are not in their names. Now, I think what we need to do, and would ask the ministry with the telecos and UCC, that we should do a campaign to sensitize the whole country, so that if a conman uses a line to call you, they must provide a desk where you report to, they follow and block that line, because we need to keep on blocking those lines. It happened to me. I sent 3 numbers to UCC and they blocked it and they stopped, because once they use numbers that are not.
Honourable Chair, I lost my number. For it to be repressed, I had to go to Airtel. They took my fingerprints, my original ID. They took the original ID, they took my fingerprint, okay? So how can someone use another person's, and they even took my picture. So this number, for example, can they give us a picture of the person and we establish? They are allowing some numbers, and I think the solution is in what the minister has said, to put very strong sanctions. Honourable Minister for Defence, Honourable Boss wanted it.
But Right Honourable Speaker, the problem is that the vendors who sell out these SIM lines, they keep on giving it, they pay them and they keep on giving it for free. But you'll find you are arresting another person, not the one using. So that's why blocking it constantly, if there's a desk, could be one very good way of stopping them. Thank you.
that becomes my job now. By the time I broke, he has gone 10 people. Okay, you've seen how many MPs. Honorable Bosobo.
Right Honorable Speaker, what you are raising is very, very critical, not only the economic sense, but even on matters of security. And here as government, I want to agree with the Minister of ICT and the proposal you've created, you proposed. We need to create liability on the service providers to restore sanity. There is no any service provider who will allow unregistered number to be used should have a penalty. So if we want to keep, because criminals in Uganda, like in any other countries, they're using phones. And when they know they use this, they drop it, they pick another one, they drop it. So as long as we still have a window past the deadline of the time that was given that everyone must register, the phone numbers must be registered. This is not a small matter. People have been killed. People have been robbed while they are coordinating, criminals coordinate this using unregistered numbers. The Minister of ICT, who is my good friend, you might think now I'm speaking like a hostile witness, but it has a very serious security and economic implication. That if there is need, we can look at the law again, and we come back here, this parliament can save the situation through legislation to create liability on the service providers.
Honorable Oseku.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Both.
Now, I wanted to make some clarifications. One is that there are the category of numbers that are not registered at all, and they are in circulation. And I think for that category, UCC is directly responsible, wholly responsible. But we have also numbers of this nature, like you are talking, the one you have raised, the Right Honorable Speaker. There is another one that I have. The first time he called me saying that transformers were ready. 2 days ago, he called me to say that the water meters for my place were ready. On the same number, he calls himself Engineer Kato. I have ever raised this matter with the Minister of Energy when the first time he did the same, and I met other 2 colleagues complaining about the same. But yesterday he called me now talking about water meters and asking me for money. So the second category are those ones. And where I am raising a concern that there is a role that the security has to play to help us. For example, people coordinating kidnaps and murdering people, and they cannot be tracked. And yet we are aware also that a law is in place that allows tracking of some of the people who have been identified to be transacting in crime using telephone services. So that mandate is with the security, and we want also to implore them that they must come in to back up UCC and coordinate with them in as far as these issues are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister, I think, has made it very easy for us. Honourable Ernest, you had anything?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, there's another problem I wanted to put to the Minister and possibly the Chair of ICT. When I was following up something on under PDM, apparently people can register your phone. I don't know, as in if you abandon a line, the telecom companies register it under another person. Now, when the parish development model teams try to follow money and they find this number has already been registered into somebody else's names, they will say, we don't know this person. The previous user of the phone is not being traced. So it's also another problem actually in the villages. So I don't know why telecom companies cannot have new series and continue with registering new users instead of recycling numbers, because that one alone is creating an insecurity in between. So I don't know, Right Honorable, if the minister can also pick that and find a solution.
Minister, wanted to comment on that?
I am going to start with that number of that bogus engineer who is calling us and use it to engage the responsible telecom company for them to satisfy me that in whose names is that number registered. But on Tuesday next week, I'm going to convene a meeting with the Minister for Security, UCC, and the telecom companies and other key stakeholders so that we investigate deeply these matters and we find a solution.
Thank you.
Find a solution. And then within 2 weeks, I will come back and report to the House.
Thank you. And also, no, Minister, in reference to what Honorable Boss talked about, you need to comb into the role to look at how you can have punitive measures. In other countries, that's what they've done. You know, it's like banks. Yeah, you facilitate money laundering. You hear they've been fined $500 million, and now they even close them down because people are going to die. But Honorable Andrew Ranya is one of our IT experts, and he had stood up earlier. Let me first speak Honorable Andrew Ranya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to fraud, online fraud, these people just play on your mind. And in security, quite social engineering, that will play on your feelings. Now, as a politician, you want to deliver for your people. So when I tell you that I have transformers for you, your instinct is to ask, how do I get them to my constituents? I got a similar issue. Someone called himself Commissioner Benjamin Ocheng. Said, I have transformers for Moro County. I said, which sites? He said, we already shared them. I said, which sites? So it's important you do due diligence. There's a principle, if it is too good to be true, it is not true. So if you have that instinct to spend quickly, first ask yourself. So I request the ministry that let's be proactive.
Honourable Minister, give your information there.
The information I want to give to my brother is that it can't be my son. My age and him, I can't be a father of a boy of that age. I think he's my younger brother. No member of parliament here can be my child because I'm only, yes, but the information, I'm 18 years. My brother, it is true that they can call you and not know the site. But I can tell you some of them have even the maps, they survey. The surveyed areas, they know, they will tell you, we are going tomorrow, we are going to this sub-county, this is for this, the parish, the villages. There's a whole network between, either we don't know those who used to work in the era, in the what? Rare. We don't know whether some surveyors, so just continue with that, but you also know that members need to be cautioned that they know even the villages where projects are supposed to be. And whatever I said is in good faith. You know that.
I know that, my elder brother.
And also you remember, some of you have gone to the ministry and you've been promised they are going to bring transformers. So because of that, when they say your transformers are ready, you move quickly.
I was about to conclude, but what I want to say is that for fraud, there's always a catch. That with all the sweet words that I want to give you, there's always a catch. So always look out for that catch. Because eventually you say, I need fuel, I need transport, I need this. But all those sweet words that he knows all the sites, eventually there's a catch. Because ordinarily would have gone to the district. then you have got a letter about the same. So wait for that catch. So I request the ministry and the relevant stakeholders that let's do that awareness so that people know what to look out for in fraud. It's because it's dynamic.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumbi.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's a related matter, actually, but not regarding. These are, I don't know whether it is in other parts of but there are people who come and pluck off number plates of vehicles. They leave telephone contacts. Then they tell you, you place money in this place, then we will direct you where to find the number plate. And when you report to police these numbers, they tell you, are you man? Just pay and and get your number plate. It's a common occurrence in many parts of the country, and it is happening. These numbers are known. Why information?
Thank you, Honorable. I'm a victim, and when you report to police, they tell you, you send the money. Immediately you send the money. That number gets off. If you call, it can't go through. So, Honorable Minister, help us.
But did you get your number plate?
Yes, they direct you where it is.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, it's another scam in conning the general public, and I don't feel the country can be held at ransom with such actors. May someone in government give us a solution to that.
Let me conclude with Honorable Nyeko on this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is disturbing that these conmen are now targeting members of parliament. But the local people are also facing a challenge whereby they call them, get money from them, ask for their pins, mobile money pins, and they provide maybe in a tricky way. Right Honorable, the disturbing part is when you go to police, they will ask for money to be in position to track that very person. Right Honorable, this happens as well when someone's phone is lost. We expect government should be in position now that it has the mandate to come out, give us a position, especially the Minister of Defense, on what it is doing, security and defense, on these issues. It is disturbing to see my senior minister, or both, he says we are not his children, but we would be in position to get a report, a conclusive report on what government is doing, because you have the mandate. We gave you all the law that clears you to track and trace these contacts, and then you're also reporting to us, to the Minister of Information, and informing us that you're literally doing nothing, right? My prayer is, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honourable Minister, why are you doing nothing?
It is not true that I reported that we are doing nothing. I actually, if my young brother had, I reported one of the challenges out of the work we are doing, that we discovered there are some unregistered numbers. That is doing nothing, really?
Let's conclude this, Honorable Derek.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, it was doing nothing because government has the mandate. And the law permits them to go ahead and track and trace these numbers and also arrest these people. But the most challenging part, Right Honorable Speaker, are the complainants going to the police and then getting money from them to be in position to track those numbers. If you do not have money, they cannot go ahead to help you track on who exactly committed these crimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, Honorable Minister for ICT has already promised us on the action he's going to take, and I'm very sure he will update the House. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Just briefly, I wanted to raise another form of conmanship in the country, and I've been a victim, where somebody calls you, Honorable Minister or MP, I am a journalist working with this radio. I want to host you online. And at 9 p.m., are you available? He said yes. Just the other day, I spent 1.5 hours.
And what is common with them? What is common with them? At the end of the show, they tell you we have a project, we are supporting a child who has a sickle cell or what are you contributing? And like we always do as members of parliament, either you offer 500,000 or $1 million and so forth. So in this case, one of my security officers who was in a lead car, because I told them I will be on radio, now tuned the radio. But there was nothing. So when they were playing music throughout when I was on the phone. So
thank you. No, Honorable, let's conclude this, please. Honorable.
So we are investigating. So we are investigating all these matters so that we bring sanity in our society, because many people are taking advantage of all these to con, especially leaders, and to con other Ugandans. So I just wanted to share this information for members of parliament to be alert of that.
Honorable Betawol, correct, this can't end. So.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe we should now switch on to something else. Right Honorable Speaker, I am up on the issue of GROW project. GROW project is generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises. We have always seen on TV and heard about it, and also got some trainings, especially for us women. Last year, December, we got some trainings on GROW project. But the information we received last year is completely very different from what is supposed to be on the implementation. Now, when we were in Gulu City for regional parliament, there was a launch in Hotel Africana on the 28th last month. And there, some informations were given again. The informations vary. Now we have, is it six banks to help us implement these GROW projects, which is meant to support women, especially women in business. And what has actually annoyed me in sensitizing and giving information to our women was going to be a solution to lift our women businesses from where they are to some level. But now, at first they say credit matching grant, but now it is loans. Well, we don't mind the loans, but you will find that also the terms are vary in different banks. Why don't we harmonize the terms? And you will find that you need also collateral. Collateral, is it land title? Where are the women going to get a land title when it was supposed to be grant from World Bank, grant to Uganda? And it is for 2022 to 2027. The time is almost gone. For us, the Acholi sub-region and the women, we would fit very much in this area. Special incentives for women entrepreneurs drawn from underserved minority groups such as Batwa, Ik, Tepeth, and Bennett, or borrowers in the notably poverty
stricken sub-region of Karamoja, 10 districts. Busoga, Bukedi, 20 districts. I would pray that at Acholi, you all know that Acholi poverty index right now is at 68%. And for us, we really find it hard if we leave the Acholi women out. Even for me who is in the city, finds a lot of difficulties. And the women in the market will find a lot of difficulties getting this very support or grants or loans. Then how about...
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable.
Right Honorable, my prayer is that the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development should better go and sit and try to help us so that women are able to access this fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister for Finance.
Some banks say the money was over now. The one they give them is over.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, GROW project is an intervention that has come on top of other wealth funds which we have in place, EMYOGA, PDM, the Women Entrepreneurship Fund, or WEP, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, GROW is aimed at supporting the women who have graduated from these other programs. You started with EMYOGA, you started with PDM, now you have become big a little bit, you need more capital to expand. These are the target group. We are lending from 4 million to 200. We have 6 participating banks at the moment. The interest rate ranges between 10 and 10.5%, depending on the commercial bank which you have entered into an arrangement with, and the requirements for accessing the loan are as follows. For instance, I'm going to use an illustration of Postbank. If you have an arrangement, or if you want to enter into an arrangement with Postbank, you are required to have an account with the bank. There is a security or collateral required. If you are a group can guarantee you. You are required, if you have been banking, you will be required to avail your bank statement for a 12-month period. You are required to have a business license. You are required to have the loan budget or what you want to use the money for. You are required to have your business record. Your LC1 must recommend you, and then also guarantors. The total amount, the portfolio we have put in place is 180 billion. Mr. Speaker, this project is being implemented by Ministry of Gender in partnership with Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, specifically under PSFU, Private Sector Foundation. I think this is the best information I can provide to a member to allay her fears. It is not for everybody. It is for those who have graduated, moving from one point to another. If we want, we can come to the House with a detailed statement. But in the meantime, this is the basic information I can provide off-cuff to the House. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, GROW, you're running after one component which has around 186, okay? but this was a project of around 238. Yeah, $217 million. Okay, so there are other components which you should also be concerned about. I think what we do, Honourable Minister, if we can give you Tuesday, so that you come with a statement on the progress, status report, on the progress of implementation of the project. Then I give members, okay, time, they debate after getting clear information, so that it's not a few members who have information and others don't have. We all have critical information. Tuesday, no, let's leave it to Tuesday. Oh no, Tuesday. Let's leave it to Tuesday. Honourable Minister for Gender, Tuesday is okay? Tuesday should be. Because there are other components which are outside finance, and we are also interested in those.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, since we have to work in collaboration, I pray that you give us Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes, to allow time to...
Okay, Wednesday I can give it to disaster and grow, so that we go deeply into this. Okay? Honourable Harriet Businge.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I raise on the issue of the Kafo River Bridge. I recall this week, at the beginning of this week, we handled the Kafo River of the Masindi Kampala Road. I saw it necessary, Right Honourable Speaker, to bring the House to recall that sometime last year, the Kafo Bridge on the Hoima Kampala Road overflooded. Actually, it necessitated us to change route, take the Masindi route up to Hoima. And when you summoned the Minister of Works, he stood here, Right Honourable members, and promised that after the rains stopped, the Minister of Works would engage whoever was necessary and whatever was needed to ensure that they do constructive work on the bridge. Many dry seasons have come, Right Honourable Speaker, and the ministry is nowhere. If you've passed there today, the water is dangerously rising, and it is being worsened by the fact that now this traffic diversion on the Gulu-Kampala Road, on the Karuma, all the heavy traffic now has gone to Hoima. It is dangerous. I'm here with the prayers, one, that the minister explains to us why he really didn't live to his word when he stood here on the floor and told members he was going to do when the rain subsided. And two, Right Honourable, that Honourable Minister of Works is among the most disciplined ministers we have. Why would he lie to the House? Secondly, why? What programs does he have? I thank you.
You mean you doubt the discipline of ministers?
He's among
Honourable Minister Yamkama.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm happy for my honourable sister to agree that I'm disciplined, and the disciplined people don't tell lies. Right Honourable Speaker, Kafu is a very big river. It rotates from the Nakasongola side. It goes through Masindi up the border of Chiboga and Hoima. Her issue is quite different from the one I mentioned the floor yesterday, but one. She has been on our neck, and we are happy that we have been updating what has been going on. Currently, we have given an addendum, the contractor who is on Busunju Hoima Road, to work on the Kaf Swamp, and I must inform you, your letter to inform you officially, it is on the way. Tomorrow it will come. We have already instructed him to take up that matter. Meanwhile, as we look for the money to work on the other one, which cuts from the Nakasongola side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Biraro.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members.
I rise on a matter of national importance with regard to the tea industry. Right Honorable Speaker, since the year 2022 to date, the tea industry has been facing turbulence ranging from hiked prices of inputs, falling prices, and black tea of prices, and lack of regulation in the sector. Right Honorable Speaker, in some areas of Uganda, like Buhweju, Bushenyi, Chenjojo, Kabarore, and Mitoma, Right Honorable Speaker, farmers are currently uprooting their tea gardens in despair. Right Honorable Speaker, in some government has on several occasions promised a tea policy and subsidy on farm inputs. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, can government update the tea farmers about the progress of subsidy on inputs, especially fertilizers, which are required this season? Second prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, can government inform this House about the progress on tea policy, which is lacking in our sector? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I present.
Thank you. Honorable Mujicha had come to office on a related matter.
Thank you
Can
so much, Right
supplement.
Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you know government has been giving out seedlings to farmers. Buhweju is one district that has received seedlings from government, and so we have a lot of tea. And so when tea prices come down, government loses twice. That the farmers are not getting money, the incomes remain low, but also the money they incurred in procuring tea seedlings that were given to farmers. So I would like to ask government to take this matter seriously so that we see what we can do, because the tea industry is dying. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Minister for Finance. These are issues of money, and MPs asking about subsidies, about fertilizer.
Mr. Speaker, this matter was not handled by finance.
No, I'm saying these are issues which involve money. You see, we have a prayer, I think, in football. Is it number 5 or number 6? Number 6. He can be a goalkeeper, he can be in defense, he can be anywhere. But the Minister of Trade should come back and respond to this matter. Oh, Minister for Information, do you have?
Yes, thank you very much. I share the concerns the honorable member from Buhweju is raising, the members of parliament from Buhweju, because Kanungu is also a tea growing area. This matter was discussed extensively by cabinet, and a number of measures were arrived at, some of which you are reporting on, like a subsidy on fertilizers, which fertilizers will be given through the tea companies, and also supporting tea companies, and also waiving off some taxes for tea companies. So I think you give time to government to come and give a report on how far government has gone in terms of addressing these issues. But the tea issue is a global phenomenon which is affecting many other countries. The reduction in the prices is due to factors which are largely extrinsic from outside. Time, and then the government will come back and give an update on how far we have gone addressing these concerns.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, I request you capture this matter, then the Prime Minister on Thursday in her responses is one of the issues she can handle after consulting the ministries involved. Thank you. Honorable Itaza. Honorable Pio Achut.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of advanced national importance on the 47-year delay in the payment of ex-employees of the East Africa Community. Right Honorable Speaker, last year, the First Deputy Prime Minister presented an action-taken report in response to the above subject matter based on the committee recommendations of the East Africa Community on their payments. And she informed the House that to address these issues, one, government will be tabling a bill on the East Africa Community Mediation Agreement to address the issues that have bogged down the payment for the last 47 years. Two, she also informed the House that 1,027 files had been retrieved from the former employees and had been forwarded to the Ministry of Finance under the Internal Auditor General's Office for computation, verification, and inclusion in the budget for 2024-2025. It's now 1 year down the road. The bill has not been presented on the floor of Parliament, and it's not on the legislative agenda. Secondly, on the 1,027 files, the Ministry of East African Affairs says they have not yet received the verification and computations from Ministry of Finance, and therefore this cannot be captured in the budget. It wasn't captured in the 2024-2025 budget. We had been told that if they are completed on time, it will be captured as a supplementary. Right Honorable Speaker, we're now going into the next budgeting cycle, and still the computations have not been done. On when the EAC mediation agreement bill will be tabled on the floor of Parliament, and two, Ministry of Finance to expedite the computations and verifications with a view of presenting a supplementary budget so that these people can be paid. Some have died, others are crippled, they're bedridden, waiting for 47 years for their payment. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Let us get a response on Tuesday from government on this issue. Honorable Florence Nebanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance, urging government for speed delivery intervention in a calamity that is about to befall the education sector, most especially in the primary UPE schools, primary schools. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are all aware that UPE caters for the 85% of the local population in Uganda, and there is a move to paralyze the whole process. How? We are having teachers, more especially in primary school, who are registering in early retirement before their due date. And it is affecting service delivery in most of the schools. As I speak, a school teachers catering for all the classes per school. We are facing a challenge, not only in Butaleja, countrywide. As a member on the Forum for Children, we Arua, Koboko, Kalangala, they are all facing the same issues. How does this come about? The teachers at one point are forced to seek for contributions from the parents. And we are all aware that the president came out very, very clearly on this matter, that there shouldn't be any parent making any contribution towards UPE schools. But now we are all aware, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, that the budget for primary schools is very small for any school to function. Now, we are faced with a challenge on ground between the offices of the RDC and the head teachers in school. As I speak in Butaleja, we have head teachers who are arrested. And all this is affecting the services, and like I've said, it's leading to an conducive environment for schools in relevant constituencies. My prayer: who is going to teach the children of the poor if the rate of early retirement is not retired? Secondly,
is that a prayer, Honorable?
Yeah, requesting, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Another question, is the ministry aware of what is taking place in the UPE schools? Finally, can Parliament interest itself carry out oversight in regard to this information that I provided and indulge the President for an immediate intervention on the state of the government schools in the country? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Parliament has always, for it, done its oversight role. Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank my sister, Honorable Florence, for raising that matter, which is today really on the issue of teachers. And I'm very much aware, and that's why I'm the Minister of Primary Education, and I'm aware of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, it is true that out of 10.9 learners in primary education, 9.6 are all in public schools, that is in UPE, whereas the balance of 1-point-something million are in private schools. She's very right to say that over 90% of learners in primary education, they are found in UPE schools. Number two, she's right because knowing that the budget that we have in place is not really adequate to support the school as we expect. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, aware that for us to have a comprehensive compulsory universal education, we need 309.1 billion for only primary education in universal education. And in principle, we've all agreed and we're on the same platform that we need, as Minister of Education and Sports, to provide policy direction to see to it that this vision of implementing comprehensive, compulsory, universal education for our children, we all look to achieve that vision. What I can tell my sister, indeed it is true, the teachers are inadequate, but all the same, every financial year we do provide funds for recruitment of teachers. This very financial year, in our budget, we have 11 billion. That is for recruiting primary teachers in, not across, of course, all, but in those critically, really, districts that need to recruit teachers, and also coding of the schools, the new ones. I cannot provide right now, but we have it in our budget. So I can assure my colleague that we may not handle everything at a go, but every financial year we try to increase budget for recruitment. As I conclude, I want to thank her for raising that concern, but let's all speak the same language to advocate to ensure that we implement compulsory, comprehensive, universal education that will come along with recruiting enough teachers and increasing capitation grant and increasing all what it takes to provide that education for our learners. I thank you.
Honorable Grania Hope.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance concerning the people of Mubende. Being a woman MP for the whole district, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to speak about a matter that befell 3 constituencies. We have a number of wards. One is Gayaza in Mubende municipality. Another is Kagoma, Chirangwa, Kajumiro ward in Nabingola sub-county, which were badly hit by hailstorm, Right Honorable Speaker. Many animals were destroyed. Right Honorable Speaker, our people have received money from PDM. They have invested this money in agriculture mostly. Crops have been swept away, gardens have been taken away. Their homes have been affected badly, Right Honorable Speaker. The people I'm speaking about, Right Honorable Speaker, are now homeless. They have nothing to eat. Right Honorable Speaker, through you to my sister, Honorable Abel, and government, my prayers are that government comes in through the Minister of Relief and Disaster Preparedness to help these people with food and non-food items. Right Honorable Speaker, on several occasions, I've stood here on the same issue for Mubende district, but in most cases, I remember it was only once that we received partial relief as to what was stipulated that was going to be done, Right Honorable Speaker. Let them be provided with non-food items like taplins, iron sheets, and other food items, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the people should also...
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hope Granier, I would like to take note and still request that the district sends a report to the ministry. But we are also constituting a team of technical people from our office to move around and do, to gather these reports all together, because hailstone is a natural disaster, so that we can see how to plan on a long-term livelihood support for these areas that are often affected by hailstone. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Soroka Yemba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand on a matter of national importance about, again, the electricity distribution in the Bukoma Nsimbi. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Energy is becoming an enemy of progress for the people of Bukoma Nsimbi. We have 4 parishes: Kasebwera, Mbale, Chinoni, Chakamunya, Chankola, and Chirasaka, that have never had any single pole of electricity. We got a loan in 2022 about the same. Even my brother, the government chief whip, wrote a letter to Ministry of Energy. We haven't got any response. My prayer is the Ministry of Energy not only to come with a report, but to tell us the status of power in the Bukoma Nsimbi. We would have developed more than we are. Power is a source of revenue to the country. Why don't you bring power to Bukoma Nsimbi? We give money to this government. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Government Chief Whip, Minister for Information, I saw.
Yes, we need power in the Bukoma Nsimbi and the rest of the country. So I agree with him that the power should be extended. True, we passed a loan request here in Parliament, and I think the Minister of Energy has been here in recent days to explain the progress. There have been delays in processing this loan. Usually there is a long distance in terms of time between when we approve a loan request and then the procedural steps we take before our implementation starts, especially the World Bank funded programs. But the program is still on.
Honourable Minister, I don't have that time.
So the assurance I wanted to give the honourable member from Bukoma Nsimbi that one, the minister has been here a few days ago clarifying that they are finalizing all the arrangements to start with implementation of that program which we passed here, and I'm quite certain that Bukoma Nsimbi district is among those which will benefit. So let's be patient. All of us have the same questions which we are raising, and we are patiently waiting for the start of implementation.
Thank you. So, colleagues, let's handle item 7. We shall debate it with item 4.
Item 7. Item 7 on the other paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on referral hospitals and specialized health institutions for the year ended June 2023.
Honorable Chivumbi. No, honorable colleagues, please allow me. I handle these matters. I have given 2.5 hours to members' issues. Kindly let's handle this item. Sorry, it's item number 4. Sorry, clerk, item number 4. No, honorable colleagues, it's not that I must take procedure all the time. It's a discretion of the speaker. Yeah, please. Please. No, please.
Item 4 on the other paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report on public universities
and tertiary institutions for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Thank you. Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi, let me first make it clear. Colleagues, you are not the first members who have risen on procedure, and as a custodian of the rules, I've not given chance. Others have complied. Please, let's behave like other members of parliament. We are all equal in this house. And I've always given opportunity. So I don't want to appear there are members who are special and others are just ordinary. So, Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi, please.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, on record, please. Go on. Please, I'm not granting any points now. I'm informing you, honorable colleagues. Allow me. I do some work. Okay?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chivumbi, if you are not ready, you tell me. I can go to the next item.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this house for the last 20 years. I know a matter of procedure supersedes when there are competing matters on the floor of the house. When there is a clarification, when there is information, when a member raises a point of procedure, then that supersedes the others. But it's at the discretion of the presiding officer to accept the procedural matter or not. Mr. Speaker, is it procedurally right for these two colleagues of mine to insist? Is it in order for these colleagues of mine to insist, after even your guidance, that they must speak when you have guided the house? Is it really in order?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, when I make a decision here, the rules provide for you on how you can challenge my decision. You don't challenge a decision of the speaker by standing up, insisting, disrupting others. No. The rules give you, because I'm not Omega and Alpha. That's why the rules give you a chance. So refer to Rule 87 where you can challenge me. Okay? Honorable Chivumbi. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. It's very difficult to proceed in this kind of environment. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I'm going to invoke Rule 89. Honorable Sechkubo, Theodore, Honorable Sunday, Arion, kindly take your seats. Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. It's difficult for me to speak when someone is standing here. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to present a report of a Public Accounts Committee on central government on universities and tertiary institutions for year ended June 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, you may recall yesterday, and I'll seek your special indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker, you may recall yesterday a debate here ensued about the funding, the gap in the recruitment of universities, the capacity of the staff, the gaps. Right Honorable Speaker, a decision was Right Honorable Speaker, a decision was Right Honorable Speaker, a decision
Honorable Chivumbi, go on.
Honorable Speaker, let me lay on table. Let me lay on table the report of the Public Accounts Committee for tertiary institutions for the year ended June 23. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Let me lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker, minutes of the meeting. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, with your special indulgence. Yesterday there was a debate that ensued here, and later on I'll seek your permission to allow me, just as a recap, it's not part of the report, furnish this committee with the extract which my secretariat has compiled on the state of staffing in all public universities. The Ministry of Finance requested the Auditor General to do a special audit of all universities and tertiary institutions and all government agencies on the payroll. During that exercise, the staffing level in every government entity was established. So that applies to universities. Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I think if you allow me, let me just first clear that one out, because that is easy to deal with.
That's okay.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me, the Auditor General reviewed the staff establishment of the following public universities to ascertain their completeness and relevance to the entity established, and noted the following. Universities, 1, Soroti University, approved the structure. This is how it will be. I will read: approved the structure, field position, the gap, and the percentage of the field position. For Soroti University, it has an approved structure of 1,312. The number of positions filled, 242. The gap, 1,700. Percentage filled, 18%. Busitema University, the approved structure, 3,559. Field positions, 503. The gap, 3,556. Percentage, 14%. Kabale University, 2,076. Field positions, 506. The gap, 1,570. Percentage, 24. Chambogo University, which was a bone of contention. The approved structure, 2,598. Field positions 913. The gap is 1,685. Percentage 35. Makerere University of Kampala 5,835. Field positions 5,835. Field positions 3,141. The gap is 2,694. Percentage is 53%. And I think that's why our boss was once there in that department. It's the best university. No, there's LDC. Must 2,609. Field positions 581. The gap 2,042. Percentage 22%. Gulu University 1,568. Field positions 571. The gap 977. Percentage 36%. Lira University 991. Field positions 265. The gap is 726. Percentage 26%. LDC 202. Field positions 135. The gap is 67. Percentage is 68. Right Honorable Speaker, from what I've just read, it is only Makerere University that is staffed at over 50% of the approved staff structure. What this means is that for the rest of other universities, there is very little they can do to achieve their output. For example, Busitema University, Soroti University must have, which have 14, 18, and 22% staffing level, are depriving learners of the much needed services. We are aware, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the rest is history. Right Honorable Speaker, that's the information that fills the staffing level of all public universities, drawn from a special audit done by the Auditor General on the directives of the Minister of Finance.
Now,
And
now, Honorable Chair, maybe we will consider it when we are studying the whole report. But colleagues, for your information, today, the top management of Sitema University visited me at office, and they told me something which really surprised me, because it had never come to my attention, that we give public universities wage, but we don't give them money for social security. Now, other MDAs, we give wage plus pension, because they will get pension. But for public universities, we give social security, we don't give wage. So now, so we give wage, but we don't give social security. So now they told me all their little money for NTR goes to social security, and sometimes it's not enough. They are under pressure. They are being sued. So how do you pay wage which has no social security? You know. So, but when I got this, I said, this is not only finance, but even us here, when we are appropriating, how do we appropriate a component wage that has no matching social security? Meaning we appropriate net instead of gross. And I called the Minister for Public Service, Honorable Mururi Mukasa, and he said he has just known it. So all over. So, but what I've guided them, Honorable Minister for Finance, to do, I told them through their forum of public universities, they should write and bring it to the attention of government so that it can be looked into. Honorable Minister. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for asking the question I'm going to ask. Did they disclose to you the extent of their non-wage component? Because what most of these people do, they want to allocate. Wage is normally budgeted for separately. Then other statutory obligations, NSSF, gratuity, etc., is under the category of non-wage. But what they do, they want to pay their allowances, their other obvious things, and leave these statutory obligations because they know when they complain, you will definitely do a supplementary or otherwise. So I really want us to go deeper into their budget and ask them what they are using their non-wage for before we go to asking whether we should give them more money or not.
Yeah, no, Honourable Minister, me what I was putting here is that that money should be in the budget. When their budget is being passed here, money for social security that matches with the wage, okay, should be in clearly, not left in just a pool, but clearly identified as money for social security.
Before I come,
so,
Mr. Speaker, who budgets?
So me, I've just given information. What I can request from the Minister, can you call accounting officers of public universities, okay, and you engage them on this issue?
Yes, we are going to call them,
yeah,
but for the benefit of all the accounting officers, there is a work plan. We ask you to support your numbers with the work plan. The work plan itemizes what you are going to spend on. And this is done at the entity level. So if we give you, say, 10 billion on non-wage, you as the accounting officer, you must determine what you are going to use this 10 billion non-wage for. I want to believe that what informs the allocations are the obvious things. You know you have statutory obligations. If you have wage, you know you must pay NSSF. This one should take priority. And I will guide them, I will discuss with them, but they need to also help us. Let them not take advantage of us. Let them also do what they are supposed to do before they come to us to cry for more money.
Honourable Awogon.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I do sit on the Committee of Education and Sports, and then equally Park Central. And these cries have come to Parliament, not for the first time. I think government should pull out from trying to hide from responsibility. When we talk about wage, it takes the first call of the budget. And therefore, government should be very clear. You are trying to prioritize other issues. Then you hide behind non-wage. And then you tell us that you are supposed to plan from there. What is it that is stopping government from demarcating and putting it clearly there? That now this wage is coming in this size. It is very known. If you are going to compete for NSSF, there's a percentage. You apply and communicate. Is there any letter from the ministry that shows that you communicated to that effect? That now, for instance, you go to 100 million, 10% is for NSSF, and we have added it here. That's what we would expect from a government that is very, very serious like yours.
Thank you.
And therefore, I think let's take it seriously now.
Vice Chair, budget.
Serious.
Vice Chair, budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking as a chair budget, but I was, before coming to budget, a chair for the Committee of Science and Technology. You sent us, Mr. Speaker, to all the public universities in the country. We found three key things. One, some of these universities collect more NTR, and they budget for it. But when they, you made a statement there yesterday, my Minister of Finance. When they request for this money, that money is not forthcoming. We find dire situations in Kabale University, in Mountains of the Moon, in Soroti, in Gulu, in Muni, in Busitema, and the report was presented by the current chair of budget of science, Honorable Alex Nzonsaba here. There is a problem of the return of NTR, and some of these universities have stagnated because they don't get their NTR in order to expand even the facilities. Some of them are teaching students and in the tents. Number two, because of the ban on recruitment, universities like Mbarara lost very senior PhD staff who had just qualified and they had just come from Europe. Because they didn't have a wage, they couldn't recruit, and we lost them to the neighboring countries. It was painful. Others went to the US. So I think there are more issues that we could discuss with respect to these universities. The question of the responsiveness of the Ministry of Finance in returning NTR, even to expand the facilities that are there. Number two, the question of ban on recruitment. We are losing the most senior cadre staff, and even the application of retirement to professors in university is dangerous, because you find some of the young professors who have just come from abroad, just because they have hit 60 years, they are treated as civil servants, and most of them are forced to retire at a time when they should provide support to young academics in the universities. How do you retire a professor at his maturity when he's able to support this country at 60 years? They are being treated as civil servants. Mr. Speaker, I think we need a more comprehensive analysis of some of the issues facing the universities today.
Honorable Chair, when I was joining Makerere University Council, the professors were retiring at 60 years. And indeed, the argument you brought, that's the argument some of us brought, and said, you cannot lose someone. A professor at 60 is just maturing to be a real professor, and you just lose them like that. So we said, no, we extended retirement age to 80, okay? And you retire at 60, but you gain a contract, you continue up to 80, and even at 80, if you're still doing fine, and the university assesses you and feels you're doing fine, they retain you. I can tell you that's how most of these professors have remained at Makerere. You are going to lose the most prominent professor. That's how you lost the Sebu Ufus. You had lost this Professor Opio, the one we buried, the Opio Eperu. Some of the best brains. And they were being poached by universities in Nairobi. That's how Professor Wobi, the best mathematician, Professor Maswa, you lost them because of a rigid policy. But now when they did this, you've retained the best professors at Makerere. And they are doing very well and still mentoring other people. Anyway, we are going into issues which are in the report.
Yeah,
let's get the report.
Right, Honorable
we
open get the report. Yeah. Sometimes honesty is key in public service. When interacting with when I presented this report, some of these universities, actually government has been doing well in terms of meeting the budgets of public universities. Nearly most of them at 100% and above 95% in terms of approved budget and warranted money. And the report is going to reveal. Secondly, government issues a budget called circular for entities to plan accordingly to list of priorities. So it is inconceivable that a planning institution cannot budget for wage and others, and then you budget for diaries and budget for other things. We interacted with a very dicey matter. Government universities, not one, not two, came to the budget and told us government is not paying for the 4,000 students. When we interacted the budget, when we interrogated the figures, we realized that most of them were lying. Government was paying for all its government-sponsored students in all universities. So they were saying the gap is there because government has not paid. When we looked into the figures, that was a false argument.
Yeah, but what this means, Honorable Chivumbi, is that when they submit their plans, work plans and all that, we don't scrutinize.
Exactly.
Okay? Otherwise, finance should be able to say, no, we have rejected your budget, go back and budget for social security. But if they submit when they have not budgeted for social security and you accept, then it means you're also not doing your job this side.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I think everyone needs to style up, both government and Minister of Finance. And in our report, by the
And even us here.
Yeah.
Even us here, committees,
Right,
sector
Honorable
committees.
Speaker, in our other
That
report
shouldn't
that
be
we
happening.
shall present, we have indicted the committees of Parliament for not doing a good job in terms of approval of the budget processes here in Parliament. But that's for another day. Right, Honorable Speaker, I've just put you on notice that committees of national economy and all sector committees are indicted in our report for failure to do a decent job, including the one of finance where I sit. Right, Honorable Speaker, the first part is introduction. That is in accordance. I can skip that. Scope I can skip. Let me go to general observation. And this will answer the first question. The Auditor General reported that a number of public universities experienced revenue shortfalls and resulting from under-release of funds by the Minister of Finance, as illustrated in the table below. Right, Honorable Speaker, Chambogo University had a budget of 138.66 billion. There is a table. Amount of money warranted to Chambogo University was the same 100% warrant. So it got all the money that it requested for. MOBS had a budget of 115 billion. It got 110, which the unwarranted was 4 billion, a percentage of 96%. Unwarranted percentage was 4.0%. Makere University had a budget of 377.35 billion. It got a budget of 368 warrants of 368, 9.10. Unwarranted amount of money was 8 billion. Percentage of warrant 98%. Unwarranted 2%. Gulu University had a budget of 78.482 billion. It was warranted 69.91 billion. Unwarranted was 9.19 billion. A warrant performance of 88% and unwarranted 11.7%. UMI had a budget of 36.93 billion. Warranted with 36.718. Unwarranted was only 182 million. In terms of percentage, it is 100%. Kabale University had a budget of 63 billion, 0.2. Warranted was 54. Unwarranted was 8.55 billion. A warrant percentage of 86%. Unwarranted 13.5%. Lira University had a budget of 30.815 billion. Warranted was 30.776. Unwarranted was 39 million. Warrant in terms of percentage is near 100%. Muni University had a budget of 25 billion.94. Warranted was 24.733. Unwarranted was 1 billion.207, a percentage of 95%. Master University had a budget of 59.4 billion. Warranted was 57.547 billion. Unwarranted was 1.85 billion. A warrant percentage of 73%. The other 3%. Sorot University had warrants of 24.758 billion. Warranted was 22. Unwarranted was 2.73. 92% warrant and 8% non-warrant. Busitema University had a budget of 61.5 billion. Warranted were 52.44 billion. Unwarranted were 9.1 billion. 85% warrant, 14% non-warrant. MMU University had a budget of 95.9 billion. It was warranted 94. It was warranted 44. Unwarranted was 1.8, 96%, 4% respectively. LDC had a budget of 29 billion .663. It was warranted 29.651. Unwarranted was just 12 million, 100% warrant. Right Honorable Speaker, total amount of money warranted to universities, 1,580 billion. That is approved budget. What was warranted was 1,010 billion. Unwarranted was 47 billion. The percentage warrant was 96, and unwarranted was 4.4%. The accounting officer attributed the shortfall for non-release of funds by the Ministry of Finance on revenues appropriated by Parliament. Committee observation. The committee observed that the shortfalls in revenue implies that these public universities could not fully finance their programs, which in turn affected service delivery. The committee further observed that a total of 47 billion .163 billion remained unwarranted across the universities. For example, Busitema, Kabale, Soloti, and Guru universities had the biggest percentage of unreleased budgets of 14.8%, 13.6%, 8.4%, and 11.7% respectively, as illustrated in the table above. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, however, recommends government for the 100% release to Chambogo University and Leader University, including Uganda Management Institute and the Law Development Center. Recommendation. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance should provide adequate funding to public universities as appropriated by Parliament to enable implementation of planned activities. That too, that the Accountant General strictly enforces Section 15, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, which requires that the annual cash flow plans issued under subsection 1 be the basis of release of funds to entities. Utilization of warrants. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that the majority of public universities and tertiary institutions did not fully utilize or absorb all their warranted funds, which translated into underperformance and non-implementation of some of the planned activities, subsequently affecting the achievement of overall objectives of the entities as illustrated in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, the table below shows you the approved budget, the warranted money, what the universities were able to utilize, and what remained unutilized, and the percentage. I don't need to go through it one by one, but to take note that a total of 25.17 billion remained unutilized by entities irrespective of the fact that the money was warranted to them. The committee recommendation that the Auditor General the accounting officers should strictly adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST pursuant to Section 45 of the PFM. The contracts binds accounting officers to deliver on activities in the work plan of the vote for the financial year submitted under Section 15 of the Public Finance Management Act. That government should consider lifting the ban on recruitment in public universities by public service. I think it has been done. Right Honorable Speaker, not yet. The argument for the unutilized warrants of the 27 was that this whole money had been for recruitment of staff, but there was a ban. So entities could not utilize this money, and hence it was swept back. Performance of non-tax revenue. The Auditor General audited the performance of non-tax revenue across public universities and tertiary institutions for the financial year 2023 and noted that the majority of entities significantly underperformed in their NTR collection in respect to their approved targets, except for Busitema, Kabale University, and Law Development Center, as illustrated in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, we have put a table for what NTR was approved by Parliament what actually the universities collected. Because of time, members can go through one by one. The variance between A and B and the performance. Right Honorable Speaker, a total of 337.332 billion remained uncollected, irrespective of the facts that the universities had budgeted for them. Right Honorable Speaker, I go to the committee observation on this point. The committee observed that Instruction 410.2 of Treasury Instructions 2017 requires planning and budgeting to be closely linked to the budgets to reflect the entity's policies over the period covered and should represent statement of intent against which performance is measured. Therefore, not meeting targets of NTR undermines the importance of the entire budgeting process and affects the posting in the entity's accounts. The committee further observed that universities run a risk of loss of revenue from students who do not pay full amounts of fees at the end of the year. This eventually results in two bad debts, which deny the university resources for implementation of planned activities. There are students who get admitted but never get to register. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the big issue across universities. So many students get admitted, but because of poverty, they don't get to register. For you to be registered in the university, especially for private sponsored students, you have to first pay. Admission is not enough. So in the audit report, there are students in their thousands who are admitted to various universities and can't register. A typical example on this was from Lila region, Lango region. The University of Lila made a very sad submission that only 4 students from Lila region were able to be admitted on government sponsorship in Lila University. Only 4. And the 4 were all from private secondary schools. In Lila, in the whole of Lango sub-region. It is an indictment for leaders from there to do a bit of. That report is very, is for you to read, and the Honorable Minister here, you are from Lango sub-region, you are doing extremely bad love in terms of how you can't even take advantage. You can't even take advantage of the university that has been brought to Lango region. Is it poverty? Judgment is out for you. Right Honorable Speaker, you are nationalist, so you fail to get admitted to your university. I think you better make that. Right Honorable Speaker, 4.3, costing and implementation of outputs and activities. Unsupported outputs, which will answer the question the minister was supposed. Honorable Minister, you better listen. Honorable Minister of Finance, this speaks to your point. Costing and implementation of outputs and activities. Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to know whether Honorable Chivumbi is in order to blame the number of the students admitted to Lira University to the leadership, yet the admission is not done by the leaders of Lango. Is it really in order?
Honorable colleagues, since this statement was not part of the report, and we are receiving a report, let it be expunged. Let it be removed from the record of Parliament. Because we are Honorable Chivumbi read the report. Otherwise, statements outside the report, they might be attributed to the committee, yet they are not in the report.
Yeah, expunge them, but those reports are there. That section is in the Auditor General's report.
No, but it did not blame readers. Okay? We are talking about the readers. Colleagues here, you're indicting colleagues, Honorable.
All right.
Thank you.
No. In agreement with the Honorable Member, are you imputing that we political leaders, we should influence admissions in the public universities?
But Honorable, how are you commenting on a statement that has been expunged?
Okay. But that's confirming that it should be expanded.
Now, you remember you spoke 1.5 hours on air. Without. So, Honorable Chivumbi go on the report. Then in debate you can give your views.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General unsupported output budgets. The Auditor General reported that all the 5 outputs assessed for Lira University were not supported by individual activity costing. Muni University had all the 8 outputs not supported by individual activity costing, while Soroti University had 2 outputs not supported by individual activity costing and budgets. Accounting officers explained that the universities prepare all the budget outputs in the program budget system. However, by the structure of the system, all the details could not be captured. The committee, however, noted that despite the above justification, the accounting officer could not provide such source document, for the costed outputs. Because of the new system, universities were saying why they don't cost outputs is because the system cannot take all the characters. But during the auditing process, they are source documents which you can avail to the auditors. Observation. The committee observed that Regulation 11.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2016 requires that a vote prepares work plans that indicate the outputs of a vote for the financial year, while Regulation 12(1)(2)(d) of the Public Finance Management Regulation 216 states that the work plans for a vote shall indicate the funding allocated to each activity. The committee observed that most of the entities failed and neglected to comply with these statutory provisions, which impacted on the alignment of the activities to policy statements, thereby distorting planning and implementation of government programs. The committee further observed that to assess the performance of outputs, all supporting activities must be costed, quantified. Thus, failure to provide detailed costing for activities implies that the costing at output level cannot be justified, and as such, there is a risk that entities either over or under budgeted for those outputs. Committee recommendation that the Minister of Finance should address the compatibility challenges of the program budgeting system for purposes of capturing and inputting costed outputs and activities for entities. Parliament should not approve budgets for entities without costed outputs and activities. The accounting officers of Soroti, Moni, and Lila University should be held liable for not costing their respective budgets, output, and activities as required by Regulation 11.3 and Regulation 12(2)(d) of the Public Finance Management Act. The Minister of Finance should continuously build the capacity of the users of the PBS dedicated to quantification function. Implementation of output. Right Honorable Speaker. The Auditor General assessed the implementation of output that had been fully quantified and noted that activity had been fully implemented, partially implemented, and those that had been completely unimplemented as illustrated in the figure below, in the table below. Right Honorable Speaker, I will not go through all this table. I will only highlight 2 universities and I let the members read the full text of this because it's the heart of the audit. Right Honorable Speaker, Kabale University, the Auditor General total output sampled the 3 outputs that had been fully quantified with a total of 17 activities worth 202.511 billion. Fully implemented, only 1 output with 5 activities and expenditure worth 1,375 million was fully implemented. 2 outputs with 12 activities worth 1,001.3 2.6 million were partially implemented. The entity fully implemented 3 activities. 2 activities were partially implemented, while 7 activities remained unimplemented. Right, honorable colleague, what it means that this entity got money, fully warranted and paid to it, and they spent it, and some activities remained unimplemented. And later on, that means that money was either diverted or there was the sub. So, but later on I'm going to establish the figure from the account for each university that diverted and mischarged anywhere. So that's an example. But Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General, in my other report, which I've failed, needs to a little style up, and I've provided the way, the structure, how this should be structured. For him to come to Parliament and tell us only 2.5 billion was sampled out of Kabale University budget of like 77 billion, and then goes on to say only 1.3 billion was fully implemented. Then for the 1.3 billion, he simply gives a narration of what was activities implemented, no amount of money placed. That sends a PAC committee to turn it into another audit bureau, which is out of our scope and makes our work extremely difficult. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will beg you at the right time to cause an interaction with the Office of the Auditor General, because if this continues, I would have recommended to Parliament to reject almost entirely the Auditor General's report. I was only persuaded by members because, in our humble view, there is always room for improvement. And later on, from other entities where we have rejected, I'll get to you to know. So I've put a full table that establishes those quantified activities. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll jump to that table and go to committee observation. And this will speak to Chambogo University.
Honorable, you have 15 minutes?
Yes. A review of the entity's financial statement by the committee revealed that for partially implemented activities, funds were diverted to other activities which were not budgeted for, including to pay for domestic areas. For example, the committee observed that MUBS, Makerere University Business School, diverted 5.4 billion. Chambogo University, Right Honorable Speaker, diverted 2.07 billion. Muni University diverted 173 million. Lira University diverted 486 million. Law Development Center diverted 109 million. Right Honorable Speaker, it's particularly for Chambogo University, Right Honorable Speaker, the 2.0 billion, later on when you go to Chambogo University, speak to the amount of money for part-time areas which remained unpaid. Because the amount of money remained unpaid on part-time areas is 2.6. But here you go. They diverted 2 billion, 0.7 money that would have been used to pay for areas of part-time, and they came crying to this Parliament that this goes unpunished. Right Honorable Speaker, that's why we have recommended as the committee that the accounting officers who diverted money, mischarged accounts, be personally liable for the diversion. Right Honorable Speaker, I now go to specific universities. I've already tackled Chambogo. That Chambogo University, which came here through a matter of national importance, saying the teachers are not paid, They actually, for Chambogo University, had the auditor done a good job, later on we will see they have an issue with the 50 billion, which they cannot fully account for. And we sent them to police for investigation. Be aware. I'm not debating. Right Honorable Speaker, Chambogo University.
The honorable member, the honorable chair is reading a committee of the report.
Yes.
So you cannot clarify.
Yeah. Right Honorable,
you do that during debate.
Right Honorable Speaker, long overdue payables. Long overdue payables. The Auditor General reported in the Statement of Financial Position and on Note 7 of the finance statement on outstanding payables of 19,955 million. Further, trend analysis of the payables revealed that the part of the payables included the 2.67 billion relating to uncleared part-time teaching allowances, and 11 billion relate to uncleared domestic areas accrued in the financial year prior to the year under audit. The accounting officer attributed the accumulation of payables to the impact of COVID, where the university had to run 3 semesters in one financial year and continued budget cuts by government. Committee observation. The committee noted that creation and accumulation of areas reflect serious fiscal management challenges, such as weaknesses in internal control system and management inefficiency in the institution. This continuous creation of areas jeopardizes overall credibility of the budget. Committee recommendations. That the Minister of Finance should provide adequate budget for domestic areas and ensure full release of the same. 2, that investigation by IGG and police on the accumulated payables mounting to 19 billion be done with a view of prosecution in case of fraud. This is in far as Chambogo University is concerned. That the accounting officer should appropriately budget for teaching allowances and also liaise with the Ministry of Finance to ensure their timely payment. Nugatory expenditure on VAT mounting charged to the university mounting to 17 billion. The Auditor General noted that MS Baker Synergies Limited was contracted to supply e-learning materials. A review of the procurement document and invoices issued revealed that goods were supplied at a contract price of 117 million, inclusive of VAT added of 17 million. A review of URA e-receipt attached revealed that the suppliers were VAT zero rated, implying that these items did not attract VAT, and no VAT was remitted to Uganda Revenue Authority. However, the university paid for those items at rates which were VAT inclusive. The accounting officer explained that the anomaly occurred as a result of the supply submitting quotation inclusive of VAT of 17 billion. He added that the supplier had been contracted to seek refund of the same that were erroneously paid to them. Right Honorable Speaker, any accountant has a chart of VATed items and non-VATed items. So there is no way any sensible accounting officer would pay for a VAT for an item that is VAT related. We interrogated that this was deliberate, and the accounting officer should be personally liable and made to pay for the same amount of money and the recovery. No, URA, they did not remit the money to URA. So it disappeared in between those ones. So this was a clear case of fraud. That's why for Chambogo University, we are beseeching this parliament to authorize the IGG and police to do a more thorough investigation on that university. Delayed review of academic programs. Honorable Speaker, those ones I'm going to leave for members to read. Inadequate practical and instructional materials. You read. Most of these universities, the report is there for your detailed observation. There is also, now let me go to Makerere University. And lack of approved work plan and work plan for overhead expenditure. Right Honorable Speaker, I will leave you to read for Makerere University because of the time constraint. But to take note, the Auditor General reported that 127 million was paid to a staff who had absconded from duty. The accounting officer acknowledged the anomaly and he promised to follow up the matter with the management to have the money recovered. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that delayed removal of staff from a payroll results in two payments for services and rendered the university, not rendered to the university, thus causing a financial loss to the university. Our recommendation is that the accounting officers should recover the funds from the staff within 6 months of adoption of this report. Right Honorable Speaker, use of old vehicles, I'll not speak to it, you read. Understaffing at University of Agriculture Research at Kabanyolo, you read for it. But of interest in Kabanyolo, Right Honorable Speaker, is encroachment on the land of Kabanyolo, and I would like to report on it. The Auditor General noted that the institution owns land measuring 650 acres in Kabanyolo with a total of 15 security guards. Inspection of the land revealed the following. This one, Honorable Speaker, I beg you to read. The land is encroached upon and a school is being built on it. B, the institute land is not fully demarcated. C, the land is not fully fenced, thereby prone to further encroachment. The accounting officer acknowledged the findings and explained that the case of encroachment by the school is in court and a wall fence between Kabanyolo University and Kabanyolo North is urgently needed because most farm produce is stolen from this side. However, funding constraints have limited this. Observation. The committee observed that land was being poorly managed in many public universities, and as such, substantial amounts had been encroached on, which lead to a loss. For this particular case, for example, the approximate value of an acre of land around Kabanyolo at current market price is 500 million. And therefore, having 650 acres of land is worth 355 billion. Exposed 325 billion. Exposed to encroachment is very risky. How do you have a property of 335 billion and you have no capacity to even demarcate, nowhere you stop, to even fence, to even adequate security? So we find it adequate. Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, for Makerere University, we have requested, I will go through Kabanyolo farms, you read all these farms in Chiboga and everywhere where Makerere University has prime land that has been grossly mismanaged and encroached upon. And because of time, I will not. Our recommendation that government should provide funds and ensure that the institute land is fully secured and fenced off to guard against further encroachment. That Parliament consider granting more time to the committee to comprehensively investigate matters of land management in public universities. Now the second one is Nachasese Incubation Center. This is fair to manage and operate training sites for the university. Nyasese Incubation Center is one of the training center under COBAM.
Honorable, you don't have the strong recommendations. So
you can read Buyana Stock Farm, we can read.
All these, you don't have strong recommendation when you check on page 26.
So you can go to Makerere Business School.
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, for Makerere Business School, our strong recommendation for Makerere Business School, we have already established that Makerere Business School diverted 5 billion, which we have made a recommendation. The detail of what is in here is what we are trying to establish. So I may not need to read. The same applies to Gulu University. The same applies to Lila University I've spoken to it. The same applies to Muni University, because I've established the figures. So right, Honorable Speaker, Mbarara University, can I read a little bit of Mbarara University?
Sure.
The Auditor General noted that included in the receivable of 8.4 billion under the statement of financial position and note 22 of the financial statement are uncleared bills of 1,127 million relating to finances years prior to June. The accounting office explained that the outstanding receivables were due to failure of the students' loan scheme to pay for students they sponsor by government and other private students who failed to pay tuition. Committee observation. The committee observed that long-standing debts may eventually result in two bad debts, thereby denying the university resources for implementation. Outstanding, I think these are from statement of accounts, outstanding payables from Mbarara University. I don't think they are of a general nature of which we have reported it on. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also noted that from Mbarara University, but for diplomatic reasons, I'm careful about it, there is a continued engagement of the Cuban doctor on expired contracts. Honorable colleagues, you will read about that. There is something wrong. Busitema University have reported on what they've done. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the general terms, I've reported also on the room to teacher to lecture level across universities. And honorable colleagues, you read. I beg to move. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi. Thank you, team. I think next week, apart from Wednesday, most of the work we shall dedicate it to accountability committee reports. If there are other accountability committees which have reports, they should ensure we have them. And crack ensure the one for health is also uploaded. I think it should be. So that maybe if we could even receive it today, so that on Tuesday we go into debate. Yeah? Okay? That's how we shall be able to accommodate as many reports as possible. So, honorable colleagues, I open the debate. Yes, starting with Honorable Muuma, then Honorable Muzari, Honorable Ayo, Honorable Joan Okia. Let me pick, okay? So that we sort it early. Huh? And crack kindly help me take a name of everyone who is standing, because they are the only ones I would. No, wait, I first finish on this. Because members who have not been here, they start coming in and they start causing chaos. I have been in. I want to pick only those ones who are here and are standing. So, one, okay, if I could, because I will need the list. Or I can ask the ones of this side, you provide your names, you write from here, okay? Yeah. Yes, those who are standing, and I will read. And colleagues will use a maximum of, because I'm seeing how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can use 1 hour, and I pick all of you if each one of you uses maximum 3 minutes. If you use 2, the better, maximum. So I started with Honorable Muuma.
Thank you very much.
Then I follow with Honorable Joan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the chairperson of the Power Committee for the report. Mr. Speaker, 3 things. One, about the resources that were diverted by the different universities. We needed more clarification whether the committee probed further and found out whether there was value for money on where this money was spent. Because diverting is different, but after the diversions, where was this money spent? Because they could have put it on valuable programs and projects as universities. So we needed more clarification on this. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the other point when members were going personal about Lira University only attracting 4 students from Lango sub-region. Mr. Speaker, we have booked you to accord us space to bring a motion to do with increasing on the number of quota students that benefit on quota system. It's one avenue that will solve these challenges, because having an institution in an area, but when the locals are not benefiting adequately, sends a lot of mixed signals. So for us to solve that, we need to increase on the number of students that benefit on quota system, so that people of Lango are seen to be benefiting from Lira University than keeping it there and beginning to accuse leaders that they're not playing their part when it's not their mandate to admit or recruit students. Mr. Speaker, there's an issue to do with students that missed exams, final exams in Chambogo, University and MOBS, for failing to raise the tuition for the second semester of their 3rd years. Having failed to raise the money, they are applying to these 2 universities to be given a chance to pay for the papers they missed and sit their papers. But they are being asked to pay afresh for a full year tuition. Somebody failed to raise money for 1 semester and missed papers. Now you are telling him or her to pay for a full year.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we are debating 2 reports as I guided. Okay? As I guided earlier on, the one for education in northern Uganda, because it was touching all universities in northern Uganda, and then this one. Now, when we are debating a report of this nature from the Auditor General, we focus on accountability issues. We don't bring issues which are of a sectoral committee. General issues. Otherwise, the issues of Honorable Chivumba and team will be lost. But then on northern Uganda is where we can bring in the general issues. Yes, yes, Honorable James.
Mr. Speaker, the procedural point was, we have amalgamated the 2 reports, but I find that members of the Education Committee have also stood up to debate. So how shall we know that? So can we just leave it open?
Yes, because the members of the committee will debate PAC.
Okay.
Okay? And members of PAC will debate education. Yeah, okay? Yeah, so you should know the limit. And yes, so Honorable Nakuta has given me this side, and I have Honorable Tuka James, Paparu Lilian, Kefa Kwanuka, Museveni, Tomaza, Aloy Katari, Taka, Leku, Osoru, Charles Ayume, Pauline Diantonde, Enos, Nakut, Adrico, Ngoya, Ababiku, and Baba Jennifer. Those who stood. Yeah, we are not registering every member here. So this side, I told Honorable Gilbert Oranya to help me. Just pass on the paper. So as Honorable Martin, no, Gilbert is registering you. No, he was there. No, Honorable Gilbert Oranya, just pass the paper. So, yes, he seems to be a Rake man. So since he's Rake, okay. So I had allowed Honorable Joan Okia, then Martin, you're coming later.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for actually going to the regions of northern Uganda. I'd also like to thank the government for the efforts that they have put to follow the policy of a secondary school in every sub-county. One of the secondary schools which is mentioned here, Anyiribu Secondary School, is actually slated for under the UC project for seed secondary school, which I didn't see in the report. So under the recommendations, I think most of those recommendations will be covered when this Anyiribu Seed Secondary School is taken up by the government. And maybe the Minister of Education can tell us when
this will be underway, because 3 secondary schools in Madiokolo have been slated for this. The second point I wanted to raise is about Pawar Seed Secondary School. I really want to thank the committee for shining light on this school. Since 2018, when this school was constructed, we've complained, we've written to the Ministry of Education, and nothing has so far nothing has come to fruit. This school has many cracks in the building, and many people deem it unsafe to actually sit in the buildings of this school. There's a school nearby. In one of the speakers today, someone talked about how community schools are taken over by the government and turned into seed secondary schools. But what we wonder, when we were under Arua local government, why Arua local government decided to take a seed secondary school in a game reserve. Because this Pawar Seed Secondary School is actually situated.
Thank you. Honorable Martin Mutare, Honorable Yotone.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi, for
Honorable Gilbert Oranya put himself first.
Thank you, Honorable Chivumbi, for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to add my voice to that of Honorable Moma in regard to the money that was diverted. We needed to know when this money was diverted, which activities were affected. So, Honorable Chivumbi, we need to know the activities that were affected. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of staffing levels, I find it a little bit difficult for me to conclude or to draw conclusions on this, because one, we are given staffing levels, and they are of course worrying, because it is 14%, 20%, with the exception of Makerere University, which is at 50 something. But then we needed to understand, if they say Makerere University, the staffing levels are supposed to be at 5,700, what was the basis? Was it based on courses? Was it based on number of students? Do they have temporary staffs that are coming in to cover up the gap? We needed at least to have those details. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honourable colleagues, when you go, I think he goes deeper. You see, these universities, you find they have day and evening. Now, the same lecturers, most of them who teach day are the same who teach evening. But they are paid extra load for every hour at 50,000. But why we need also to look into that issue? When we lecture a rest to go into research, to go into mentorship, you know, because the universities, like I said yesterday, are not like secondary schools that you go on a chalkboard, you give notes, and people go. No, most of it is out of research, your research output, and that's why the ranking of our universities is worrying. The research output is what makes a university, especially if it's a public university. So, who determines these staffing levels? The way Martin is raising it, to say, the establishment is 100 and we have only 40. How are you operating? Who determines this establishment? Is the ministry involved? Is it audited? Or it's just the council and the senate and all that? And then they finish. And then also, I remember like at Makerere, they have managed to review their courses. After the president had quarreled so much on the issue of courses that are not helpful. When I was at Makerere, there is a time they were bringing 3 masters in evaluation. 1 masters in evaluation under School of Public Health. Masters of evaluation under School of Business. Masters of monitoring and evaluation under gender. Now, nearly every college establishing a masters of monitoring and evaluation. And you find each one will need teachers all over. But you can have a masters of monitoring and evaluation, and then you specialize. You cut across. So most of these universities, I think we shall need really to have a total research, to go much deeper. And then there is a business of opening branches. You're saying you don't have teachers, but you're opening branches. Okay? You have around 20 branches, but you don't have teachers to run one branch. So and none of the branches is breaking even. And of course, universities are not business entities that say they should break even, but run a few branches, but run them perfectly. So it's an issue which I would entrust the chair, especially education committee now, to go to the sector committee, to go deeper and look at how best we can get from the little we have before we even quarrel over. Today, Busitema told me that the out of the admitted students, only 60% turn up, register. That's a huge concern for worry. Okay? And then you also go to the student loan scheme. How much goes to public universities versus that which goes to private universities? And you look at the cost in the public universities compared to the cost in the private, where you leave students of a public university where fees are a third or a half of that of public universities, but you give slots to private universities. So it's really very many. When I think of this sector, it's a sector I'm passionate about. You really feel we should do more. We should do more in terms of supervision and going in much deeper, even before putting in all this money they're asking for. I'm sorry, I'm a chair, I shouldn't be delving so much. But when you're passionate about something, you find yourself going deep. I'm so sorry about that. Yes, I was giving information, I wasn't debating.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. First of all, I thank the Chair Committee on PAC for this report. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report of the Committee on Education and this one of PAC, you realize that universities are flying almost on their own at their interest and their own priority. And I think now Parliament and governments would take more interest in operations of the universities. Because when we have a report here showing the staffing level is the 30, 14, what, I am wondering how the National Council and these universities are accredited when they don't have the required number of permanent staff. Right Honorable Speaker, I am aware of a university, and that is Chambog University, with a department established to have 35 lecturers. But they only have 5 on permanent. The 30, they keep on doing part-time. One of the reasons is the part-time lecturers are easy to manage. They can hire you because most of the people working within government here, more technical, they go and do part-time. But they can hire you and dismiss you before you have been paid. Then they hire new ones to replace you. And this is how these areas is being accumulated. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the report of PAC, there is a free diversion, there is a free accumulation of areas. I think Ministry of Finance, first of all, should tighten, and government, when implementing this report, should tighten on the universities to ensure that they walk the talk as per Public Finance and Management Act. Because if we don't do this, the issue of corruption that is not being mentioned clearly will consume the university. People will take money more to themselves than providing money for us to train our young people. So I want to support.
You've supported you on record. Esona Ebadiek. Then Honorable Oranya Gilbert.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the two committees for bringing these very important reports on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to interest this House that it is not our failure as leaders that Lira University and probably other universities are not taking in many students. Right Honorable Speaker, I have realized that some of our universities in northern Uganda don't have some courses. For example, engineering courses in the universities of Muni, University of Lira, Gulu, and Soroti don't have engineering courses. Right Honorable Speaker, I've already written a motion to that effect, and I've already submitted it to the Clerk of Parliament, and I wish I should be granted leave to present it here on the floor of Parliament, so that we urge government in form of a motion to really interest themselves and introduce some of these courses to the public universities in northern Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a fact that we have to take. Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of money, first of all, money, according to the report that has been presented by Honorable Chivumbi, Right Honorable, money is a very, very slippery thing. I've seen many universities losing money, diverting money, but first of all, we want further investigations done on this money. Probably there is what is called virement. What did they do with the money anyway? And was the money spent, or the money was spent in some people's pockets? So we want further investigations on this, Right Honorable. It is a very serious matter. Our universities must develop. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Oranya Gilbert, followed by Honorable Nabagabe Karure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the strength and the quality of the nation depends on the educated people. I am happy that this time Uganda graduates more than 65,000 students every year. This is the positive way to go. What's your problem again? Right? Right, Honorable Speaker, protect me from the government chief whip. Right, Honorable Speaker, on our dismay, I recall the other day in Gulu, when we were discussing about education, Gulu University, students from Gulu University brought a very serious concern about the deployment of the intern doctors. Right, Honorable Speaker, the few intern doctors that were deployed, those who completed last year, none was taken from Gulu University. Out of the 66 students who finished from Gulu University, none was deployed. All of them are still home. From Muni University, none was deployed. Right, Honorable Speaker, the students from northern Uganda tabled in their special consideration, because many of them completed now 2 years at home. You remember COVID-19 disturbed their education. And this year, if they are not deployed again, it means our intern doctors shall have wasted 2 more years on top of the 5 years that they spent at the university. Right, Honorable Speaker, I pray that government should take a serious and special consideration on the intern doctors from northern Uganda. About the pay.
Thank you. It's Honorable Nabagabe. I hope, Honorable, you wrote your name. Yeah. You know, we wrote names properly here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate the committee for doing a wonderful job on the situation of our universities, public universities. I have 2 issues. The very first one is an issue on the delayed deletion of contract staff from the payroll at college or computing and ICT trainings. So we have a situation where we have staff whose contracts have ended, but they haven't been deleted from the payrolls. So they continue getting money. That brings in ghost workers in our universities. But also, we have on another situation, we have staff that are working but are not being paid. So this brings in a contradiction. So while some people are crying for money, others are receiving money for no work done. So this brings in a huge challenge and a conundrum that we need to sort out, because when we have staff that are like the part-time workers, staff we are talking about yesterday, that are doing a lot of work but are not being paid, that means that you're also going to end up having very angry teachers who are probably going to fail students or that are going to bring about missing results for students, which needs to be addressed eventually. Then also the delayment of disbursement of NTRs to the universities. I think this is a huge challenge in universities, because then it brings about so many issues. We have, the universities cannot operate fully when they don't have resources to function. That's why you're getting the dilapidated universities. That's why you're getting the delayed payments. That's why, for example, even in Makerere University currently, the academic, chairperson hasn't yet been appointed. You're getting so.
Thank you. Honorable Etuka James, Honorable Paparu Lydia. Yes, you don't need to stand up. I have the list here. I'll be picking from all sides. I'm not following one.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Committee of PAC for the elaborate report. I basically have one issue on the funding of the public universities. Right Honourable Speaker, when we looked at the funding gaps, we saw that most of the universities, in fact, received the funds which were available to them, but some of these funds were diverted. But then there are some critical areas which are not funded in these public universities. And yet we grave for practical education. Right Honourable Speaker, Moni University has been requesting for funds from Ministry of Finance and Education over years to develop their agricultural faculty of agriculture, which is in fact the niche of the university, the Madiokolo campus of agriculture. They have over 1,000 hectares of land. But then, because of the inadequate funding, you find that a lot of theory, most of our students go theoretical teaching, yet they have the land. That is something that we need to do for all the public universities. Right Honourable Speaker, as a member of the committee, I'm not going to debate the Education Committee report, but as you had given for me an opportunity, I'm just going to lay some documents about the poor infrastructure of the schools in Upper Madi County. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm laying a letter which was signed by Nawe Molika Mkama, a directive to Ministry of Education to construct classrooms in the Kati and Etelva primary schools, I beg to lay. In July 2020, a letter signed by Dr. Kenneth Omona requesting construction of schools in Upper Madi is still.
Now, why didn't you raise them in the committee? Because you're a member of the committee. Yes. No.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Just conclude since.
Okay.
But they seem to be very many.
They are not very many. Okay, these are all letters from State House and Ministry of Education where they show the concern over the infrastructure.
Thank you. They are all captured now. We've captured them that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I beg to lay, and I want to end by saying that.
Honourable Paparu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to also thank the committee for their report. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of percentage of staffs in the universities is truly worrying, but there's one issue that we need to pay attention to. When this university is established, you find they are established for specific background. For example, you can look at Makerere, it was science and technology. You look at Moni, they were looking at agriculture. But one thing I see is that these universities start introducing so many courses within a short period of time. So you find one course, maybe people are still in year 1 and year 2, another course is starting, 2 or 3 courses are starting. I wanted to know, it is the National Council of Higher Education that gives permission for them to start these courses. I wanted to know whether they liaise with, I know they liaise with the Ministry of Education, but whether they liaise with the Ministry of Finance. Because you find the more courses they have, when the students of the earlier courses reach the final years, the numbers increase and the number of lecturers remain. And now we need new lecturers for the new courses. So that we need to take notice of, because, for example, Muni University, we knew it was nursing, it was agriculture. Now they have all the courses that you can have in other universities. So let's balance that. On the issue of the land in Kabanyoro, the 260 acres, I wanted to know whether it is titled, because the committee was like, it is there, people encroaching. This is government land, it is a university land. Is it titled? If it is titled, then I think there are structures or there are means to make sure that people vacate this land. One thing the committee didn't make.
Thank you. Maybe on that issue, of course, as Honourable Minister for Education, if I can, Honourable Minister for Education, yes, if I could again lend my advice on that issue of new courses. When I was still again on the Quality Assurance Committee of Makerere, we put a moratorium on those new courses, and we first set standards and some of the boxes to tick. Majorly two. One, do you have teaching staff? Because government has not given you more money on wage, okay, to recruit. Number two, do you have teaching space? So if you don't have teaching staff, you don't have teaching space, then you should first get clearance from government that it will give you money to facilitate the teaching of this course. Otherwise, you're going to introduce a course, then you start putting the university in areas and all that. So, but these are standards you can look into and you give guidance. You will answer us at the end. Dr. Kefa, Honorable Museveni, Dr. Isingoma, and Honorable Namuga Goreti. Then Honorable Linus.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like very much to thank my colleagues, Honorable Mwanga and your committee. You are doing an excellent job. Thank you very much. It's an excellent report, very well represented. It's very informative, easy to read, things very well illustrated. Thank you very much. And actually, it's what's being presented at the heart of what we are here for, to see how things are going on behalf of the people we represent. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I like to regret that some years back, we passed omnibus, a number of reports without Parliament considering them. I hope with the information that we are getting now, we can resolve that should never happen again. Okay, Honorable Mwanga, having said that, I found it unfortunate that you're talking about these people diverting money, but you're not telling us what was their explanation. Why did they pass it out? Why did they divert it? And I think that is a tradition, that when a report is presented, you present your finding together with what they have said. And it starts to assess whether it's actually convincing or not convincing. So now, as previous lecturer, I did some part-time lecture in Makerere, and I was also many years lecturer in Uganda Management Institute. I like to assure you, I think with what has been presented regarding underfunding and shortage of lecturers, that probably there is a problem.
You see, you used a lot of time appreciating and which wasn't part of the report. So let me lend you 1 minute because you are very generous also.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, the Ministry of Education has done a lot of work around improving quality for higher education. And this has been given to the National Council of Higher Education. And actually, before you start the course, they do the assessment. One of the things they assess is whether you have the necessary teaching staff. And that's why you find that where they have the core staff, they have several other part-time staff. And that's where people like us, sometimes we are used as lecturers, even where we are not lecturers because of your qualification. Then they also look at infrastructure. And when they are finally doing the assessment, the examinations, there is what we call external examination. So it doesn't entirely rely on the university and what they are doing. It's externally examined. So that's a reassurance that actually with accreditation we are getting the good quality despite the challenges that we are facing. And if the degree, if you don't have these ingredients, the degree can be recalled at any point. Sorry, Right Honorable, let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kefa, you've raised an issue on our own parliament passing reports, omnibus. Yes, and that's indicting the House, the way you've raised it. But you must know why it was done that way. Because the committees must process these reports so that Parliament pronounces itself on the reports. Then we demand Treasury memoranda. Now, if you don't get Treasury memorandum, if you don't adopt them here, then no action is going to be taken. Because Treasury memoranda is action taken report on the recommendations of the Auditor General and the House. Now, if a committee does not process these reports, we used to have reports of 5 years, 6 years, lying idle, and accounting officers wouldn't mind. They would say, no, the Parliament has received the report, it will be there for 10 years, and I'll be retiring. I don't care. So, what we said the committees should prioritize the entities they feel are very, very, very critical. Produce reports quickly. And I think every report produced by the committee must come on the floor. We cannot make that pronouncement before receiving here a report of the committee. And then those ones which are not adopted, we adopt the Auditor General's recommendations so that now we demand action to be taken on them. Because the committee is not doing fresh audit. So, and it helps in terms of recommendations being acted upon. I just wanted that to be clear. Honorable Museveni, who is not your way.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also thank the committee for this great report. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm concerned with the levels of recruitment in these universities. Right Honorable Speaker, this puts our quality of education in balance. If you see Makele is at least is above 50%, but others as low as 18%. Really, Makele cannot handle the number we have currently. People who are going for higher education cannot handle. I think this house we should plan and we budget for recruitment in all universities. And another thing which bothered me is where an item is banned, but it is included in the budget. It is funded. Then the money is swept back. Really, do we have planners in this country? Which kind of planning is that really? Huh? Then some universities, they are having part-timers. They are not paid. And the money is diverted to other items which are not known. Actually, Chair, this is our concern. It would have been better if I have got information. Where was this money being diverted to? Which activities were done? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Singoma, then Honorable Karure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also want to take the opportunity to thank the both committees for the good reports raised. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I will focus on the situation of education in West Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, the situation of primary schools in some of the West Nile districts is so bad. The state of the schools there, Right Honorable Speaker, is so despicable. Recently, we went on an oversight trip with the Committee of Local Government, and we visited Terego and Madiokolo. And I'm seeing some of the MPs here. Right Honorable Speaker, in one of the schools in Terego, I think I remember it was called Obivo Community.
Are you a member of the committee?
No.
Okay.
You
tagged along?
We went on the Committee of Local Government and Public Service. Okay. So Terego, we visited the Obivo Community Primary School, Right Honorable Speaker, and we found that the whole school was operating from a grass-thatched mud and water church. And the classrooms were identified through groups. P7 in a group in the corner, P1 in a group in a corner, P3. The whole school was operating from a single grass-thatched church. And Honorable Speaker, this was so bad. And that's why I'm not surprised, and we're not surprised when you find that the Terego and the Madiokolo were some of the worst performing districts in the PLOE last year. The last 10 performing districts, we find Terego is there, Madiokolo is there. I can be contested, the MPs are here. And they are competing with the...
Thank you, Honorable Medias. Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm debating on the committee for the report for the Committee on Education, not PAC, because I'm a member of PAC. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the issues that we have, for example, the quality of the structures in terms of construction that are constructed, some of these issues come up because of delays in contracting. Right Honorable Speaker, I want this House to note that we have issues with the Office of the Solicitor General. They delay to clear contracts. When you interacted with them in PAC, it was indicated that they take close to 3 to 4 months to clear a contract. When a contract is cleared, it takes time for that contract to reach the recipient. So we should look into issues of the Auditor General in regard to clearance. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the time we should look at the number of Solicitor General in form of clearance. Right Honorable Speaker, I think as Parliament we should get interested in the issue of the number of schools that we have in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have schools that don't qualify to be government schools. You find a school that have 4 classrooms, P1, P2 to P4, but it has schools, it has teachers, it has an head teacher. So why don't we take inventory of the schools we have in this country? And you reach a time of closing some of these schools. The students study under trees, you don't have pupils there, but for you are looking at the quantity in number of schools that we do have. So we should take an inventory. She says that she has the number, but I remember a time when you wrote to the districts inquiring from them on the number of schools that they have. So we should get interested if we are to improve on the quality of education. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have schools that have no libraries. You find computers packed in one room. You find books packed in one room. So we should look into those issues, and if we are to improve in the quality of education. Lastly, the teachers. I have Matete Comprehensive School with 1,400 teachers, but it only...
Thank you, Honorable Medias, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as most of...
It was students, not teachers.
It was students, not teachers.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, as most of us are worried about lack of teaching space and also staffing in the institutions, I can see that most of the institutions have now adopted the e-learning, where students are now learning online. However, there's also lack of funding for the e-learning equipment, the computers. My colleague has talked about the computers being packed in one room. I'm not so sure about that, because I know most of the institutions are lacking computers and other e-learning materials to enable the students as well as the lecturers to teach these students. So if we are looking at funding, can we find a way of how to increase funding for the computers and all these apparatus so that we can solve the congestion in schools, the congestion in these learning institutions? An example is like MOOBS and Makere, where you find a lecture room has got about 500, 300 students. So if we can give the learning equipment, I think we can solve this issue. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank the NRM government for opening up space, public universities, to give employment to Ugandans and also to facilitate our students, our children, getting better skills. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, I want to commend them. We are talking about issues of public funds. The chairperson informed that they would find that 35 billion diverted, 50 billion diverted. So I would like to recommend or provide another recommendation that this report should be handed over to CID for further management so that government and its investigative apparatus can engage those whom they suspect for having swindled government money. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Azar, Honorable Katari, Honorable Taka. Then Honorable Aisha Kabani.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee. Mr. Speaker, arising from the National Teachers Policy of 2018, over 20 PTCs were phased off. And by 2022, admissions were stopped in those phased off PTCs. As a result of this, PTCs were repurposed. And some universities expressed interest in having branches as degree awarding centers in education, agriculture, and so on. Mr. Speaker, Muni Technoscience University, through Ministry of Education, had expressed interest in repurposing RAP PTC in Moyo District as a degree awarding college. It would therefore be very good if Muni University is equipped, given more financial resources, for recruiting more lecturers, for kickstarting RAP Muni University branch in Moyo District. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, in Moyo District, Moyo SS, being one of the traditional schools, is really having a dilapidated science laboratory. We'll be very happy if the ministry will allocate resources for having a brand new laboratory constructed for that traditional school in Moyo District. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Katayaloi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee chair and the members for the detailed report. Right Honourable Speaker, I will start from the chairperson's comment of saying they work without approved work plans. How do they do it? Because you cost the plan in budgeting. Maybe that's why they have problems with their figures, and maybe that's why we're having reallocations. Right Honourable Speaker, it is a habit of MDAs to allocate money to non-private areas and they leave out the private areas, such that they have lots of money to play around with. That's why we have reallocations here and there without approval. Right Honourable Speaker, for Makere's case, they talk about paying someone 127 M. The person is not working. How do they do it? You pay the first month, second month, third month, maybe for a year, without noticing that this person is missing, is not supposed to be on this payroll. There is a problem somewhere and we need to handle this like immediately. Right Honourable Speaker, on government, Minister of Finance, domestic areas, not only in these universities but everywhere. Government needs to make it their desire, her desire, to ensure that domestic areas are paid. Thank you.
Honorable Taka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to focus on the issue that LIDA has 4 students only that are admitted at LIDA University on government sponsorship, and that those admitted on private in most universities, a good number of them fail to register. Honourable Sawungu, please. Let me address the speaker. Yeah.
So, Honourable Member, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, my observation is that majority of students who benefit from government sponsorship are those students that come from these good schools and private schools, where parents are able to pay the money for school fees throughout. I feel that those parents are still able even to pay at university. I would like to urge government to review the policy on government sponsorship such that the students who go on government sponsorship are those from the poor families, so that we increase the number of the the students from the poor families to access university education. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the other is about the inefficiencies in the universities. These universities have a lot of inefficiencies, but at least they are established. I'm wondering, for us as Busoga, when is the Busoga University? Lastly, Right Honorable.
Just conclude 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to come out and denounce this issue of corruption really in this country. Because whatever is in that report, now we are even seeing that the Auditor General's office has issues. Who is now going to audit the Auditor General? Everybody is complaining and corruption is now everywhere. Can we really dedicate maybe a day or a week and we come out as leaders and we denounce this corruption so that we start a fresh Uganda, so that we don't deny Ugandans of services because of corruption? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha Kabanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Followed by Honorable Katabazi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues to applaud the PAC committee for the report. I want to end where the honorable colleague, start with where the honorable colleague ended. Can we set a standard? Maybe we say for the report to be taken as a credible report, Auditor General's report should at least be like 50%. But how can you go and audit less than 20% and you want to give an overview of utilization of funds in a particular organization? We need to set a ceiling. But most importantly, Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to, on the issue of teaching students ratio, I don't know whether we are aware that students of Mbarara are on strike of a particular faculty, that's a faculty of computing and informatics, on ground of learning space. They are alleging that for 4 years there's been a building that was completed, but students are forced to study from a library. Can you imagine university students are studying from a library and a building was completed and it's not been handed over to government? The students allege that the government of, I don't know whether China government, the constructors still demand money from us for us to utilize the building. Can the minister comment on that and have our students go back to school? Lastly, about the students loan, I have learned that IU was excluded from the students loan facility. My child went to IU had a medical course there when I was still struggling, and we looked for that facility, and they said IU was excluded because their fees are far too high. And I wonder, would government just exclude people like that, or they would guide on a fee structure? If the fee structure is not accommodative, would...
Thank you. Point noted, Honorable. Honorable Katal, followed by Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this chance and for this system. I think it's a very good one that everyone has got a chance to say something. Education is, for any country to develop, the education system has to be thorough. And when I observe what is happening today, those days when we were young, we used to have school supervisors, and whenever I could visit, all teachers would be on tension. But I think nowadays, they already plan. I think there is no supervising done, because if there is any supervising done, then all government schools would be closed, because most of them don't have the qualities to remain opened. And many people will agree, and it's not only in one, maybe in Kalungu only, but across the entire country. Then the other issue of the seed schools being constructed, I'm on the Committee of National Economy, where we approve loans, but when we go and visit these seed schools that are constructed, you find that the work is normally poor quality, no value for money, but the contractors are normally untouchable. These contractors are normally untouchable, and whether it's somebody commissioning, they will have no answer. You find a new school being commissioned, actually looking old. And then the other one, for the schools that have existed, that were constructed some time back, including universities, like...
Thank you, Honorable Kawanda. Followed by Honorable Leku, Honorable Solmorin, Honorable Charles Sayume, Honorable Pauline.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Mwangi Chivumbi together with the committee for the very good report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Lino Singh Ngopek and implore members. Right Honorable Speaker, you remember the Honorable Mpaka report on cooperatives. When it was presented before this House, the presiding officer then suggested that the report be forwarded to CID and IGG, even anti-corruption unit. And when you read this report, it has many issues, mostly to do with corruption, where money has been diverted. A lot of money, by the way. And I know these people are outside there laughing at some of us. What will they do? They are just debating and nothing will happen. And this is what has been happening. I want to request you, Right Honorable Speaker and members, if this August House can allow this committee report to be also forwarded to CID, so that as CID did to some of our colleagues who spent months in Ruzira, we cannot decide to send our own to Ruzira and leave these people, because these are the thieves. Let us fight corruption within and outside. The thieves shouldn't be only in this.
Now, what's procedure?
Raising a procedural matter, two members have raised the same about sending reports to CID. But, Mr. Speaker, we must be careful with what we call separation of power. When we present reports here, they are sent to government to carry out the recommendations we make. Then the government carries out all that, and later on, they give us the Treasury memoranda to confirm what they have done. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, whenever we are going to a new financial year, Minister of Finance must present the names of the new PSs here, basing on the reports from the Public Accounts Committee and other committees of Parliament. So we don't be procedural, okay, Mr. Speaker. You guide this House. We might talk about sending people to CID, but the rules here don't provide that, because that's why the government, leader of government business is here to carry out recommendations made by this House, and then they report back to Parliament. If they want to carry them to police, arrest them, that comes after, but our recommendations go to government.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but Honorable Sewungu, recommending, okay, for either CID or IGG is part of what the government would report on, because CID and IGG are part of government. If they were outside the government, so we would recommend. You see, we are recommending. We are not directing. We don't have that power. Then government will evaluate and say, okay, so it should go to IGG. And we are not saying prosecute, because I saw even in the report that is why you're saying the IGG should investigate further. Okay? So, but colleagues, I think the IGG maybe would be, because the IGG reports to Parliament. Okay, the IGG reports to Parliament, and the IGG also can prosecute. Hmm? Yeah. Yes, Honorable Ekanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General's report is a report of government. In fact, in other countries like Tanzania, I think Nigeria, and South Africa, they don't even wait for the report to come to Parliament, because even here in Uganda, under the Public Finance Act, once you commit a crime, you have committed a crime. Government is required to take action and just reports to Parliament. Because 4 years ago, Honorable Speaker, we had a backlog. And we discovered that people stealing government money were hiding that the report had to be debated. But then there is interpretation, constitutional interpretation, and we provided for under the Public Finance Act. If you steal money at any time, whether the Auditor General has audited or not, it's theft. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is a work of governmentship whip to ensure that as soon as the report comes out, it's presented to the Speaker, government takes action while PAC is also doing, because some of these thieves die.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. Let's first get the views and then we shall have a convergence of minds. Thank you, Honorable Kabanda. I had finished. And after Honorable Kabanda, I had called Honorable Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll associate myself with the report of our Committee of Education. Thank you, my brother from Hoima, for informing the House about the schools in Terego. I come from Terego, where you will find there are over 500 pupils in one class, where pupils are studying under trees, where the schools are in dire need of renovation. And these are traditional schools. The secondary schools of Ombatini, Aripea, Aria, they need renovation. Right, Honorable Speaker, one of the hardest things to discuss in this House is actually education. Because members themselves own schools. And it becomes very difficult to come up with the policies that can actually work for this country. Even the minister himself. So it makes it very, very difficult to debate on issues that can bring government schools to a speed, to a level where they can compete favorably. The traditional schools of this country, they are no longer attractive to the parents and to the students, and they are therefore abandoned. You will find a government secondary school having less than 80 students on to renovate all these secondary schools in the country. That is one. Number two, the Committee of Education also talked about a school.
Maureen.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate you, the chair of the committee. Thank you for that report. However, I want to interest myself in the diversion of the money. The question would be, did the accounting officers did they even seek authorization from the responsible authority for the diversion of money? If not, then I think they're inviting corruption. And then secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issues of public universities, like Fomuni, most of them are challenged with the inadequate funds for capital projects. In Imuni University, the whole university, as big as Imuni is, there is no sports facilities to carry on with extra curricular activities. That means the energy of the young people will come to waste. And even there's no nearby pitch for them to train on. Then second, Right Honorable Speaker, we have projects that have been ongoing for the last 5 financial years. It has not come to an end because there are no funding. So I request this August House that let's make it as a priority to fund our public universities such that our learners can have a conducive environment. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring the attention of the Minister of Education that the same when university has no multi-purpose health science laboratory too. Please, may we fund such that Muni University can have more students. Thank you.
Ayume, Pauline.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to also join my colleagues in thanking the chairperson, and I like to listen to his reports, quite detailed and eloquent. Right Honourable Speaker, he, however, punched holes in what seemed to be the competence of the Auditor General, and as a legislator, it worries me if Parliament can doubt an Auditor General's report, because it's supposed to be the epitome, the apex. It's the temple of accounting in this country. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of public universities, I think it's also becoming a habit that every region wants a particular super specialized university in their region, but of course that comes with a cost. Now what the chairman also should be telling us is that there might be a standard of the number of human resource that is required in a university, but you find in actual sense the university does not have the necessary faculties and the necessary need for that particular kind of staff. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude on the issue of the student loan scheme, in Koboko last year we were only able to have 10 students taken, and I think that omnibus decision whereby all universities and all regions should not be able to take students from regions to private. I don't see how a student from Koboko will make it to government. Private would be his only way out. And the woman member of parliament of Butambala, it's the same issue she had raised, that private universities have been excluded on courses of medicine, engineering, and bachelors in dentistry.
Thank you. Pauline.
Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the two chairpersons for their detailed reports. One, as the Committee on Park Central observed for Chambogo University, that there is financial mismanagement. This is not only affecting the day-to-day running of the university, but it's also affecting the children, the students on private sponsorship, in that there is poor financial record keeping. Some children are failing to graduate, know that they fail exams, but they are told that the university still demands them some money. Actually, it has happened on